Rehmuddin sir.
Yes, madam.
Start the program at 5:35, sir.
Oh, okay, madam. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Warm greetings to all respected principal, resource person, research scholars, and dear participants joining from across India and abroad. I am MMK Rahimuddin, lecturer in Government Degree College, Autonomous Narsampet, Warangal, and the convener of this International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop. It is indeed a proud and historic moment for all of us. This program is jointly organized by Government Degree College, Autonomous Narsampet, Warangal, and SKVT Government Degree College, Rajamahendravaram, East Godavari, in association with EduUMENTUU, powered by Sharayu, EduPro, and Venkat. At the very outset, I sincerely thank our Chief Patron, Professor Dr. Mallam Naveen, and our Patron, Dr. B.V. Tirupaniam, for their constant support and motivation. My heartfelt gratitude to our co-convener, Dr. Vaiswanasri, HOD, SKVT Government Degree College, Rajamahendravaram, East Godavari, and to all the members of the organizing committee for their teamwork and support. Now, I would like to give a brief introduction of today's resource person, Dr. Soni Joseph. IITWW proudly introduces a scholar whose work reshapes technical communication through linguistic precision and pedagogical innovation. I mean Dr. Soni Joseph, Assistant Professor at NIT Allahabad, Prayagraj. Dr. Soni Joseph stands as a luminous example of how humanities power STEM classrooms. Trained in English language education at the English and Foreign Language University, IFLU, Hyderabad, his academic path reflects the discipline in scholarship, BA Occasional English from Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, MA in English and Comparative Literature from Pondicherry University in 2008, MPhil in English Language Education in 2011, culminating in his PhD in English Language Education 2017 from the same prestigious Central University. His research training carries the mark of conceptual depth, empirical clarity, and learner's responsive design. In teaching, Dr. Soni Joseph transforms language into a professional instrument. He currently handles professional communication, a source that he delivers not merely as a curriculum requirements, but as a career catalyst. His past teaching portfolio spans vital interdisciplinary courses, including English language and composition, communication skills and workshop, language labs, communication and organizational behavior blended with communication studies, reflecting his ability to navigate both linguistic structure and organizational science with equal command. As a researcher, curriculum thinker, and materials producer, his work contributes innovatively to English for a specific purpose, curriculum and material production, and domain-sensitive ELT methodologies. His research interests operate where global frameworks meet contextual needs. ELT technical discourse design, discipline-specific curriculum planning, and strategic material development with the goal to build learning resources that carry relevance, usability, and measurable impact. Known for his reflective teaching style, research integrity, and curriculum-driven scholarship, Dr. Soni Joseph believes in a future where communication is not an added skill, but a foundational engineering competency. His academic journey, research contributions, and teaching influences inspire students, teachers, and institutions to reimagine English communication as a core dimensions of academic excellence, professional identity, and employability. Sir, so today's topic is structuring the thesis. Now, I welcome you, sir, and the platform is now yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ramuddin sir, for that warm and kind introduction. I am really humbled. And I would like to thank the organizers and coordinators of this intensive workshop, thesis writing workshop, a first of its kind, which I am attending. That too for 15 days, which is in fact a rigorous exercise, which is covering and giving an in-depth understanding of the practice of thesis writing. And I'm very happy. I was actually going through the program schedule and the brochure. So I could see that this program really covers even the minute aspects of thesis writing, that too in great depth. So I really appreciate the organizers who came up with this idea, and also the vibrant participants. I'm told that more than 220 participants are participating in this, and it's a huge number. And I really place my appreciation here for the participants as well, who took interest in participating in this program for 15 continuous days. Now, the dilemma which I am having is that I am coming towards the end of this program. In fact, today is the last day. So it's almost towards the end of the program. So by this time, I'm quite sure that you have completed almost all the aspects of what I wanted to discuss today. Now, yesterday, while discussing with one of my friends who happens to be one of the coordinators of this program, I was just telling him that you see, I'm sure that the participants already know what I'm going to discuss today. So it's going to be kind of a summary of what they have learned, even though the session is concentrating on structuring the thesis. It's kind of a summary, a brief summary of what you might have learned in across all these days. So let me share my screen, and I hope I am audible. And if there is any issue, please let me know.
Your voice is audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. Just for the time being, I am switching off my camera so that there would be a better bandwidth. I would switch it on again during the discussion time. Right. So today's session is titled Structuring Your PhD Thesis, which is a clear roadmap towards success. Now, I'm sure that we have a group here who comprises of research scholars, students, then faculty members, aspiring faculty members. So it's basically a mixed group here, is what I could gather from my friend. So many of you might have already written some sort of projects or some sort of thesis, or maybe MPhil thesis, or maybe your MA dissertation or MPhil dissertation or MTech projects or something like that earlier. So when you come to a PhD thesis, now, even though there are a lot of similarities in the structure, a PhD thesis is an outcome of a rigorous study, which is spanning over years, and it's a systematic, rigorous study, and you are actually coming up with something very new, and you are contributing to the existing body of knowledge. So I'm sure that the previous eminent resource persons might have discussed this. So that is why you are given this prefix doctor when you come up with a study, when you come up with a thesis. Now let's see how to structure your thesis. So going through the outline of today's presentation, this is what we are planning. What is the definition of a thesis and why the structure matters? And I would be discussing the typical structure of the thesis, which includes the pretext pages, chapters, references, and appendices. And we would just glance through the thesis structure of all the disciplines and then some final thoughts. So coming to the definition of a thesis, a simple definition, in fact. A PhD thesis, which is also called as a doctoral dissertation, is a large original piece of research written by a PhD scholar or a student as the final requirement for earning their doctorate. Now, why?
Sir, please unmute your audio, sir.
Oh, I'm extremely sorry. I did not know that it's muted.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Now your voice is audible, sir.
Okay. Shall I start once again, ma'am, from the first slide, or should I continue?
Why structure matters.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So extremely sorry. I mean, I don't know. I did not mute it from my side.
So please don't say sorry, sir. It happens. Okay.
Okay.
It happens,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Right. So please keep reminding me if anything such, any such thing happen again. Right. Okay. So I was basically discussing why the structure matters. Now you see, you write a thesis and then that thesis is kept in the library. The researchers, the students, the future researchers and all, they are going to come and they are going to read your thesis. So a well-structured thesis will guide them through your research story. It gives them a better understanding of what the study was about, and it prevents confusion, and it highlights what is your original contribution to the existing body of knowledge. And it also saves your time and stress during writing and defense phase. Now, the bigger picture, that is how you write a thesis. Now, you see, I have taken the most common structure that we are following while writing the thesis. So I've taken this structure assuming that this is what is followed by most of you. Now there are some variations, like for example English literature. They might have a different structure, but this is a larger structure which usually management people, science people, and technical people follow. Somebody has unmuted. Could you please mute your mic? Right, thank you. Yeah. So if you take a thesis, it starts with the pretext pages, and then comes the chapters, which includes introduction, literature review, theoretical or conceptual framework, then methodology, result findings, discussion, and conclusion. And then after the main chapters comes your references and then appendices. Now let's take it one by one. The first one is the pretext page. So pretext page means the pages that you include before your actual chapters. So it starts with the title page, which is the formal identification of your work. And then you have the certificate from your supervisor, head, or dean, whosoever it is, the authority, basically, certifying that the thesis is an original piece of research contribution by the scholar and has not been reproduced or published or submitted anywhere else. And then comes the declaration by the scholar himself or herself, which declares that the thesis is an original piece of research and it has not been reproduced or published or submitted anywhere else. And then comes the plagiarism report, which is now mandated by almost all universities. So the plagiarism report is usually generated by standard plagiarism checking softwares like Urkund or Turnitin, etc., which certifies that the thesis is well within the acceptable limit of plagiarism. So now the acceptable limit of plagiarism varies from university to university. So you have to follow what norms are set by your university or institute. So sometimes 5% or 15%, sometimes 20%, acceptable limit of plagiarism. And then comes the acknowledgement page, which is a very personal page of the research scholar, where the scholar expresses personal and professional gratitude to whosoever helped to materialize, to materialize this study happen. And then comes the abstract page, which is a concise summary of the aims, methods, and findings of the thesis. In a sense, when I discuss with my scholars, I tell them that abstract is like the juice. Imagine that you are going to make a juice of something. So if you make the juice of your thesis and you filter it, and what comes out, that is the essence of your thesis. It's going to be the abstract. So it's a concise summary of your entire findings and your research question, and your analysis and everything. Then comes the table of contents, which is the navigation guide for your readers, and then followed by the tables and figures which you have used in your thesis along with the page numbers. So this makes the pretext pages, the pages which you add before your original chapters. The actual chapters begins after this. Just 1 minute. Right. Now we are coming to the chapter number 1, which is the introduction chapter. So what is the purpose of introduction chapter? The introduction chapter actually sets the stage for the thesis. It introduces your thesis to the readers. Now, after reading the introduction, the readers should fairly get an idea of what your thesis is all about. So it introduces the background of the study or the context of the study, and it presents the research problem which you are addressing in the study. It mentions the research gap which you have identified, and the gap which you would like to address in your thesis, and it explains the significance and scope of the study. It states the research questions, hypotheses, and objectives, and it also provides the chapter outline. So basically, its function is to introduce your thesis. Coming to the second main part, which is the second chapter, which is the literature review. So literature review, you see, I've used one diagram here. Several dots are connected, right? So literature review is basically, a summary of the previous related studies. So you see, your study is not coming out of the sky, right? It is actually connected with some of the other studies. There were studies conducted by the previous researchers. So you are actually connecting and basing your study there, reading the previous studies, and then you are taking it one step ahead and contributing to the already existing body of knowledge. But then this process is very relevant because you would be identifying the knowledge gap. What the previous researchers could not do or could not identify is what you are going to identify here, and you are going to address that problem. So it's called a knowledge gap. And then it builds the foundation for your study. Literature review actually builds the foundation for your study, and it demonstrates your understanding of the field. So especially fields like arts and humanities, you need to read in depth. Sometimes it takes 1 year, 2 year in-depth reading to identify the research gap and then narrow it down to a particular topic. I have seen scholars struggling a lot during this phase, because there is no limit of materials available. So many articles, so many books and theses they have to read, and then they have to come up with the literature review. So basically, literature review is more than a summary. It's a critical analysis that positions your work within the broader academic conversation. It examines the existing research and identifies patterns, conflicts, and most importantly, the gaps which I just mentioned now, the gap which your thesis is going to address. Now, the tip is to organize your literature review in a very thematic or chronological way to create a clear narrative. Chapter number 3 is the theoretical or conceptual framework. Some researchers call it theoretical underpinnings. An interesting thing to note here is that I have seen some theses where the scholars actually club these two chapters together, literature review and theoretical underpinnings together. That is also acceptable, not an issue. But if you want to make it stand out, then you can form this as a third chapter, that is the theoretical underpinnings. Now, this chapter tells the reader about the theories, the models, the concepts, etc., which you are using to examine your research problem. It shows how your research fits within the existing knowledge, and it's also a lens of analysis. So basically, if you say mota mota baat kiya to, we say in Hindi, this chapter brings in the attention of the readers to the specific theories which you are using to, which helps your study to materialize. Then comes the methodology chapter, which is actually the blueprint of your research. I compare it with the plan which you make. Before you actually start constructing a building, you make a blueprint of how many what should be the area of the building, and what quantity of cement you should use, and the bricks you should use, and all those things, right? So the same thing here. So it's the research blueprint that you are going to use, your methodology. So it describes your research design and the methods in detail. So the design, like qualitative, is it a qualitative study or quantitative study, or is it going to adopt a mixed method approach? And then what would be the sampling techniques that you are going to use? Is it random sampling, cluster sampling, convenient sampling, etc.? So many sampling techniques are there. And then what are the tools that you are going to use? The tools like questionnaires, observation checklists, interviews, etc., through which you will be collecting your data. And then the data collection procedures. So for how many months or how many days you are going to collect it? Is there any intervention study? Is there a post-test, pre-test which you are going to use? All those things will be discussed here in the methodology unit. And then you would be justifying also why these methods were chosen and how you applied them. And then you would be using visuals like flowcharts and tables to clarify complex processes. Now, the tip is to ensure reliability and validity of your research tools and data. So, we tell our scholars that before they actually start distributing their tools to collect data, they need to ascertain the reliability and validity of their tools. So I'm sure that this concept might have been discussed in the earlier sessions taken by some other some other resource person. So just to briefly put it, reliability means the consistency or stability of a measurement tool. Now, you see, if you measure something multiple times, in a span of time with the same set of learners or same set of people, you should get the same result. So that shows that your tool is reliable. Now, for example, let's say you are designing a questionnaire. You're designing a questionnaire to check the stress level of students. So there are a lot of questions given which will assess the stress level of students, and you are using the same questionnaire after 2 or 3 weeks with the same set of learners. And if you are getting the same similar responses again from the questionnaire, that means the questionnaire that you used is reliable, because it is giving the same data, same type of responses, collecting the same type of responses even after a period. Similarly, validity. So validity is the accuracy of a measurement tool. Now you are designing a tool to collect something, right? Now that tool should be able to collect the exact data which you are aiming it to collect. So the items which you are using in your tool, let's say if it's a questionnaire, it would be connected to your objectives and research questions. So the data which you are going to collect should contribute to your research question. Now let's take the previous example again. You are designing a questionnaire to collect this, to assess the stress level of students. Fine, and you are distributing it to a group of learners, a group of students. Now, your aim is to measure the stress level of the learners. But due to some reason whatsoever, your tool did not give you the intended result. Instead, what if it was collecting some data related to the happiness level of the students, or something else, apart from stress, it is collecting something else. So then that data is not useful for your research, right? Then it is not valid. But if your items, the questions in your tools were designed in such a way that it is able to collect or assess the stress level of students, that means your tool was valid. So what I was trying to say is that you have to design the tools, and you should ensure the reliability and validity of your research tools before you use it. And then in the same chapter, you're also going to acknowledge the limitations of the study. You see, sometimes researchers are very, they are over ambitious. So they want to collect so much data, and they want to, go and interview so many people. But sometimes there are constraints. They have time constraints. They need to complete their time data collection, within maybe, let's say, 1 month or 2 months or something like that. They may not be able to extend it. So we need to be also checking the feasibility of the data collection part and the practical aspects, right? So we definitely need to acknowledge our limitations as well, that, okay, I was able to collect only this much data, or I was forced to restrict myself to only this thing. But you need to give the explanation as well, why you were not able to do that. So definitely, limitations would be there, and you acknowledge it fairly. And then comes the chapter number 4, or rather the chapter number 5, which is the findings and result. So in the previous unit, you presented the data, not presented the data, you explained the methods and the tools that you use to collect the data. And in this unit, you are actually presenting your data. So you collected the data is there with you, you interpreted, you analyze your data, and then you are sharing your key findings, the results with charts, graph, tables, and themes and everything. And the data which you are presenting should actually answer your research questions. And you should organize your results in a very logical way, so that the people who are reading your thesis, they should be able to understand it very clearly without any ambiguity. And then comes the 6th chapter, which is the discussion and conclusion part. And this is the making sense of it all, part, or making sense of it all unit. So you would be interpreting your result in this, in the context of your research questions. And researchers usually adopt a strategy called triangulation. I think the previous resource persons might have discussed this aspect as well. The triangulation is where you are collecting the data from multiple tools, and that data is studied, analyzed, and compared simultaneously to increase the credibility and accuracy and depth of the findings. So let me give an example. Like, you are going to interview a teacher, okay, and then you are giving a questionnaire which has one item where it asks, do you use communicative approach in your classroom? So the teacher gives the answer, yes, I frequently use communicative approach in my classroom. So that is the response given by the teacher in the questionnaire. Now you are also using another tool to collect data, which is observation, classroom observation. So you go there and you observe the class of the same teacher, but then you identify that the teacher is actually not using communicative approach, but the teacher is using lecture-based method, right? So then there is a mismatch between the response given by the teacher and what you actually observed, and the data collected by another tool, right? So then there's a mismatch which you can actually point it out in your interpretation part or in your discussion part. But if you, while observing, if you see that the teacher is actually using communicative approach, then your data is matching. So then you can easily triangulate the data. So this is what I was telling about, triangulation. With the data which you collect from multiple tools, you need to cross-check it at the same time to see whether the data which you collected is same across all the tools. Then in the same chapter, you are discussing the implications of the study, limitations of the study, and the future research direction. So certain things which you could not address in your study, and you are giving hints to the researchers who are interested to do similar studies. You are giving hints to them, future research directions, so that they can take up further studies in the same area. And then you are going to summarize your thesis contribution and its significance. So all this happens in this last chapter, which is the discussion and conclusion chapter. Then comes the section called references. So the main chapters are over, and then comes the references. So the reference list includes only the sources that you directly cited in your work. So sometimes there's confusion between reference and bibliography. You know, some universities, some institutions are asking the scholars to add bibliography instead of references. So the basic difference is that a reference is a list of sources which you directly cited in your work. So somewhere or the other, you might have cited this particular book or article or you know, that source in your thesis. But whereas bibliography is a larger collection, it's a larger collection of documents which you actually referred, but you may not have actually, you know, cited it in the text. Maybe a newspaper article which you read, or maybe a YouTube video which you saw, or a book which you read, which gave you some sort of idea, right? But you did not actually cite it inside your chapters. So that will be included in the bibliography. But the standard practice is that we would be following references only. So you would be, adopting a style which is mandated by your institution. So the popular styles include APA, which is American Psychological Association style. The latest one is APA 7th edition. And then there is something called MLA, the Modern Language Association, the latest one being 9th edition. And the Chicago Manual of Style, CMOS, latest one being 18th edition, right? And apart from these, there are some other styles as well, but these are the most popular ones, and APA and MLA is widely followed. Another thing which you need to note here is that if you have quoted or used some ideas from your own work, see, for example, you published an article, okay, in one reputed journal, and you think that, okay, it's my own article, so why can't I use it in my thesis? So you publish this article before you write your thesis, and then you are using some sentences or something from some idea from that article in your thesis. And if you are not citing, then that will amount to something which is known as self-plagiarism, right? So it's self-plagiarism. Yeah, it's your own intellectual work, that's true. But the thing is that it was published by another journal. So the copyright will remain with that journal, right? So you need to cite yourself, right? You need to add your citation there. Otherwise, this issue of self-plagiarism will come up. And it's again a serious issue, right? That, you know, you are copying from your own article and then producing it somewhere else. So here is a small comparison between APA and MLA style, which is the two major styles. You know, a simple example I have given here. So in APA, you have this format of author, then followed by year, then title in italics, and then the publisher's name. Whereas in MLA style, you have the author and then the title in italics, publisher, and the year. So minor differences there, which you need to know. This is only one example of a book. You know, it keeps on changing from articles and all those things. Now to go in detail, then we need another session for that. And then comes the last part, which is appendices. Now appendices, or if there's only one, we call it appendix. It contains the supporting materials that is important, but are too detailed or bulky to include in the main chapters. So already, you know, your thesis would be somewhere around 150 to 200 pages, you know, the chapters. But now if you're going to add appendices also into that, then your thesis becomes very bulky. So you keep this in separate section, which is called appendices, with the materials which were supporting in nature. but which are actually not directly relevant in the chapters. So this will help the readers, if they want some further information, right, about something, like let's say they want to know what questionnaire you used, or how was the design of the uh, questionnaire or the tool or something like that. Then they can go to the appendix and see the questionnaire or the design, and they can get further information. So some of the common items that are included in appendices are the raw data or supplementary data, which includes detailed tables, large data sets, additional graphs and figures, experimental results, and then the instruments which you use, like questionnaires, interview guides, observation checklist, and test scales, and then the ethics and permission which you have obtained, the ethical clearance letters, consent forms, permission letters from various organizations, which you collected during the data collection phase, and the detailed methodological information like statistical computation, coding schemes, transcript of interviews, and all those things, and some other supporting documents like maps, photographs, policy documents, regulations, diagrams, whatnot. So whatever is relevant to your study, which indirectly contributed to your study, directly or indirectly contributed to your study, you can add into the appendix part. So the general rules regarding appendix is that each appendix should start on a new page and label them very clearly, and appendix A, appendix B, appendix C, etc. And you would be, adding this in the content page as well. And then you also need to describe. So for example, appendix B is the survey questionnaire that you used. And then each appendix, mention each appendix at least once in the main text. So you should cross-link. For example, in the data analysis part, or the the methodology part where you are describing the tools, you would be saying that, okay, the questionnaire which I developed is attached as appendix B, something like that. So you can cross-link in the main text. And avoid putting essential information only in appendix. Again, that is an issue, because your examiners may skip. Examiners may not actually go through appendix. Only if they are interested, if they want to get some information, they might go through it. Otherwise, they might skip the appendix. So if you put some essential information in the appendix, then the examiners might skip that. So if you come to the thesis structure of all the disciplines, as I told you, the universal flow or the universal structure is the one which I was discussing, that is introduction, review, method, analysis, and conclusion part. But in some areas like arts and humanities, they have the introduction and conclusion part and all, but then this data collection, method, analysis, and all is not there. But instead, they have theory-driven thematic chapters, and the methodology part would be less. And some final thoughts. As I started, as I said in the beginning, that your thesis is a unique contribution. So you have to make it shine. Plan early, write clearly, and revise thoroughly. Revise. Sometimes, I have seen supervisors who ask their scholars to revise the draft again and again and again. Sometimes, 5 drafts, 10 drafts. So they sometimes they get frustrated, but ultimately you need to know that that revision process is really helpful, and you are making a wonderful piece of work. So it's actually going to help you in the longer run, right? So write an introduction that clearly states your research, what, why, and how, and then keep your thesis focused, structured, and reader friendly. And consistent formatting, that is something that is very much required. See, now you have this tools, AI tools, to help you in all these things. So there was a time when we were not having any of these. So that time also we used to write thesis, right? But now there are so many tools available to help you in formatting, and also consistent formatting, clear writing, and it will polish the professionalism of your thesis. And the mantra to remember is that clarity plus coherence is going to make your thesis a success. So that's it from my side, and thank you so much. So it was a brief discussion of the thesis structure. I hope I was clear and I could make my point. So if there are any, because one hour is given to me, so I thought the last 10 minutes I can devote for discussion, if any. Right. Thank you. If there are any questions from participants, I would be happy to answer. I mean, I'm not a very big expert in this area, but whatever I know, I'll be happy to answer.
I request the participants, please share your ideas, or if you have the queries, you please ask, sir.
I would be sharing the slide with all of you. So whatever we have discussed, I will be sharing. I think that is the standard practice, right, ma'am? All the slides have been shared with the practice.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Right. I think there are no questions. So usually we say that, there are no questions in two context. One, if they have understood everything, there are no questions. And if the participants did not understand anything, then there is no question. Right. So
You
I
have
don't
summed
know.
up very well, sir, actually, and you have given very clear idea about everything.
Okay.
And it's just like a juxtaposed everything
Okay.
that
Right.
happened. Thank you very much, sir. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Soni Joseph for his exceptionally clear and constructive session on thesis writing. His ability to break down the essential components of a thesis and present them in a crystal clear, structured, and practical manner has provided our participants with a renewed sense of clarity and direction. Dr. Joseph's insightful guidance and systematic explanation of key stages and emphasis on coherence and academic rigor have greatly enhanced our understanding of how a thesis must be shaped from conception to completion. His session was not only informative but highly impactful in strengthening the research preparedness of our scholars. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise with such precision and excellence.
Sir, thank you, sir. Your last final thoughts, your thesis is your unique contribution. Make it shine, plan early, write clearly, revise thoroughly. Striking, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Sir, if you give me 2 more minutes, I will just show my thesis, just a sample. If the participants.
Okay, sir. Welcome.
Definitely, sir. Welcome, sir. We require it.
Just, I'm not saying that my thesis is a standard one, but just to demonstrate how a real thesis looks like. Because in the PPT I could not show any sample, so just I will show my thesis. Yeah, is the screen visible now, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the thesis, my PhD thesis, which I submitted to the English and Foreign Languages University in Hyderabad. So this is the front page, the first page, the title page, an evaluative study of the DED English curriculum, and my supervisor's name and the requirement here, and then the dedication page. And this is optional actually. It's not mandatory that you should be adding a dedication page. And then the first page, which I told you, that certificate page, which is actually issued by the supervisor or the head of the department or the dean, mentioning that this particular piece is a original piece of writing and has not been submitted to any other university for any other award. And then comes the declaration by the scholar saying that this is an original piece of writing. And then comes the acknowledgement, which is very personal to the scholar. You can thank anyone and everyone whom you feel like who helped you in your study. This page, nobody is going to interfere, and there is no strict format for this particular page, at least as far as I know. Right, it's completely up to you, the acknowledgements page. And then comes the abstract, which is the brief summary, the concise summary of your entire thesis. And then comes the table of content, So this is how you add the page number and all. Introduction, the first chapter, the page number, and you see you write the sections like this: chapter 1, then 1.1, 1.2, 1.2.1, 1.2.1.1. So this shows that 1.2.1.1 means it's a subsection of 1.2.1. Like that, you arrange it and you give the page numbers. And then chapter 2, which is the review of related literature, you discuss the major studies that has happened in the area. And you go down, and then, in fact, in my thesis, I had used chapter 3, theoretical underpinnings, a separate chapter. But some theses I've seen, they club this chapter 2 and chapter 3 together into one single chapter. So this chapter, I discussed the major theories which helped me in my study, the universal grammar model and the theories of teacher education and all those things, humanistic theory, andragogy and all those things. And then came the chapter 4, which is the data collection, sample tools and methodology. So the population which I selected, the sample and the selection of the sample, and the procedures which I used, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, the tools which I used. Basically, I used 4 tools in my study: the questionnaires, then the procedures used to develop the questionnaire, then interviews, then classroom observation, and the checklist which I used for evaluating the teacher educator's handbook. And then came the data analysis part, where I analyzed the data which I collected from the tools. And the chapter 6, that is the findings and suggestions, and references, and then appendices. So I've basically used around 11 appendices in my study. And then the list of tables and figures, which you have actually used in your thesis. And comes down, and then you start your chapter 1. So this is how it is. And we, in our university, we followed APA style of referencing. Some universities are following MLS style. So it depends. It changes from university to university. So this is it. I just wanted to give a bird's eye view of my own thesis so that you will get a picture. So all the best from my side to all of you, aspiring researchers and scholars. Right. Wish you to see all of you sometime in person. Right. Yeah, by the way, there are some questions in the chat box. Benazir is asking how much time is required to complete thesis writing. Now, that is a difficult question, Benazir. Actually, it depends upon the time you are having at your disposal. So there is nothing like standard time for writing the thesis. I have seen scholars writing. It depends upon what type of thesis you are writing. So if you are a literature student, let's say, English literature student, then your thesis writing would be totally different. The way you write and because you don't have any data to collect as such. If you're having an interviews and all, okay, fine. Otherwise, basically your time would be spending in reading and analyzing, and also you might require more time. Whereas somebody who is making a thesis in a technical side, once their data is collected, analysis is done, then it takes around 3 to 4 months or 5 months to write a thesis. It doesn't require much time once your data analysis and everything is ready, right? So it varies from researcher to researcher. There is no standard, answer which I can give you that this much time is required for thesis writing. Okay. Shivangi is saying that, sir, I have a question. Yes, Shivangi, yeah. What is your question?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, I just wanted a suggestion. I'm an independent research scholar. So
Okay.
if I wish to get myself enrolled for PhD, what should be my priority? Should I go for full-time or should I go for part-time? If I'm not a JRF as of now, I'm net qualified and gate qualified. But I'm thinking of qualifying JRF. Of what I know is JRF students have to enroll themselves for a full-time PhD to get their stipend, but I'm not really sure. But I need your perspectives, however, on this. What's your take?
Shivangi, to tell you frankly, if you are in a position to do your PhD as a full-time, that is the best. Right, whether you are having JRF or net qualified, whatever it is, because you see, going to an institute, studying there real time, interacting with the scholars, and then being in that environment of, you learn a lot of things from there. So it actually helps in your growth, in your holistic growth as a researcher. So full time is always preferred. But if you're having some constraints, if you're having some issues, like let's say, I mean, I'm just taking a good example. Let's say you got married, and then your in-laws are forcing you, you better stay with us, but you can continue your research. In that case, then maybe yes, you might have to think about converting your PhD to part-time and all. Or let's say while doing PhD, you got a government job, you got another job, and then yes, definitely you can pursue, because you cannot leave the government job and then continue your PhD, right? Because ultimately job is also required. So in that case, yes, you can go for a part-time mode. But if these kind of constraints are not there, then always full-time is the best way to continue your research. That is my humble opinion.
Sir, there is an option like we can switch from full-time to part-time later if there are any such issues.
Yes. Especially, see, the institute where I am working, there is a mandatory requirement of 2 years. The 2 years scholars need to spend, on the campus. After that, they can convert their research to part-time. And there's another option also. You can enroll into a part-time PhD from the very beginning. But then there are certain requirements, like you will not be given any fellowship and all. And then you should be having experience of 5 years. There are some other requirements for that. Okay. But if you would like to join as a regular scholar, then you have to join, and then you need to continue for 2 years, and then you can convert to part-time. But then the point to be noted is, like you yourself, you are saying that if you are a JRF scholar, then you will not get your stipend. Stipend is given only for full-time scholars.
Okay. Got it, sir. So basically, I should rather prefer full-time, and maybe after 2 years, I can get it converted to part-time if things.
Yes, that would be better. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Shivangi.
Good evening, sir.
Sunita is asking, what are the contemporary topics in English literature? Oh my God. I am actually, my area is a bit different. I'm not from a literature student, but you see, the trend that we are seeing is that I cannot give you a topic as such, but the trend that we are seeing is, people are now moving away from the traditional literature oriented research. It's basically interdisciplinary now. People are identifying new areas like blue humanities, digital humanities, eco-criticism, so it's basically the research is shifting to that side. It's becoming more interdisciplinary. So I would suggest you, Sunita, to select a topic which is slightly interdisciplinary rather than focusing on a traditional topic, so that which will help you in your future research. Shamal is saying, please share my PPT. Okay, definitely. I will share it with you, all of you. Thank you. Somebody was asking a question. Yeah.
Sir, Immaculate.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Sir, thank you for your valuable insights towards today's session. Sir, in the appendix, there is an option called acknowledgement page, right, sir? Usually, we show our gratitude, honors towards specific professionals or persons who have helped us throughout. Sir, my question is, can we entitle this wonderful international thesis, which we are undergoing for all these 30 days? Can that be included there, sir? Because we would like to show our gratitude and honor for inculcating us with so much of insights for this research.
Yes. Why not? I mean, this is the acknowledgement page is completely your personal page. Nobody is going to question what you have written there. It's your area where you express your gratitude to whosoever, to the Almighty God and your fellow researchers. Even I have a researcher who thanked a pet dog You know, it's just very interesting to read. You know, that pet dog actually helped him to relieve the stress of stress which that person had during writing the thesis. So he has thanked the pet dog also in his acknowledgement page. So there's nothing like, you know, there's no particular rule about that.
Okay, so because each and every resource person from day one till now, everybody is inculcated us in so many ways. That's what I already shared. We were just in a plan to complete a PhD just for pressures only, but after attending this workshop only, so we have we have been ignited to do publish more and more papers. We have got so many ideas, but we are freshers only. But we have the confidence that we will do it again and again. So always
Right.
gratitude plays a very important role. So that's why I just want, because if the title is given, automatically all the resource persons involved in that will be usually renewing their gratitude, right? So that's why I asked.
Right. In fact, you're absolutely right. And let me tell you one more thing. If there is a second edition, to this particular workshop, I am planning to ask all my scholars to attend this rigorous workshop, because somehow I missed this point. And just 2 days back, I was going through the entire list of the topics which were included, and I could see that this in fact is really planned in such a way that, marvelous planning, I would say. From the very nuances of thesis writing to the using the new tools and referencing tools and everything. So the 15 days is really worth. So definitely, I can say that, I can completely agree with what you are saying. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. If there are no other questions, then
thank you, sir. Now we would like to begin the second session.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Madam is there. Madam, have you joined?
Yes, I'm very much here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, I would like to give a brief introduction of today's resource person, Dr. S. Lavanya. Dr. S. Lavanya, Associate Professor of English at KL University, Andhra Pradesh, is a distinguished academician celebrated for her eloquence, intellectual rigor, and learner-centric pedagogy. With a strong doctoral foundation and a progressive academic career, she brings to the classroom a rare blend of literary scholarship and language learning innovations. Her teaching practice is rooted in critical thinking, cultural consciousness, and communicative empowerment, enabling students to not only understand literature but also interpret life through it. Passionate about literature and language alike, Dr. Lavanya specializes in reimaging English studies through interdisciplinary lenses, connecting canonical works with contemporary narratives, global theories with Indian philosophical insights, and textual learning with ethical choices. Her lectures carry clarity, engagement, and intellectual spark, often transforming academic discussions into reflective dialogues. She believes that literature classroom must function as incubators of ideas, empathy, and articulation, shaping not just graduates, but confident communicators and thoughtful individuals. A prolific researcher and contributor to academic discourse, Dr. Lavanya has authored scholarly articles, presented papers at national and international forums, and mentored students and young researchers in academic writing and critical analysis. Her areas of interest span across cultural studies, narrative strategies, literary theory, and modern pedagogical frameworks. Known for her editorial precision and analytical depth, she advocates for research that carries purpose, authenticity, and resonance. A scholarship that contributes to both global knowledge pools and India-centric academic narratives. Beyond academics, Dr. Lavanya is a strong proponent of language proficiency initiatives, communication labs, faculty development programs, and soft skill training modules. She has significantly contributed to strengthening institutional learning ecosystem by mentoring competitors, speakers, writers, and future educators. Her mentorship reflects a commitment to linguistic confidence, academic excellence, and professional growth. preparing students for opportunities that demand discourse, persuasion, and clarity, be it academia, communication, industries, or global exams. With her vision firmly fixed on evolving English studies into a humanistic discipline that is humanizing, empowering, and globally relevant. Madam, to inspire learners and scholars alike, her academic journey reflects excellence in teaching. Now, Madam's today's topic is integrate, reflect, refine, a capstone session in research writing for scholars. Now, Madam, the session is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for the very elaborate presentation. I hope I live up to the whatever you have mentioned. I don't know if I've done half of it or 1/4 of it. Good evening to all, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all. And it's a great occasion. I'm quite surprised in these days of STEM and IT and quantum and all. There's still people who want to, work on and one second. I'm just trying to share my PPT. Yeah. Is my PPT visible to all?
Yes,
Somebody just let me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So in these days where there are questions about why English, there's no need for English. English can be learned at a click away and all. People are still working towards that and talking about PhDs and all, and where we have dwindling numbers where PhD is not counted as important, especially in English language. And like the earlier speaker mentioned, what is the new things? I mean, what are the new areas? What is it? How can we be relevant in this area, days of AI and, lot of more AI and chat GPT, even teacher relevance is being gone away. I feel that it's my duty to say that, yes, we have a role. We still have a role. It's not just any English teacher. All languages teachers have a role. Like sir also hinted, the earlier person, I think Dr. Soni Joseph mentioned, we need to integrate with others. If computer science is able to integrate with mechanical engineering, civil engineering, history, geography, everything, why is it English a medium like air around? This is required to share your ideas and thoughts like any other language. Why is it that we are not able to integrate with others? So I remember when he was talking, I just recalled how I had actually a personal one-to-one tete-a-tete with some of my colleagues in the computer science department, where they said, we don't need English teachers. We can teach in English. We are good at it. In fact, we can give the wherewithal of it better than others because than English teachers. They don't know how to use the computer. They don't know so many things. I beg to differ with him, and I said that might be true. Likewise, because all the text and everything in computer science is in English, can we say that English teachers can teach computers? Why not? So they were taken aback. It's good to see there are so many participants here who are willing to learn all these things, and quite a good number actually. I'm quite surprised, and I'm glad actually I've been invited to this. So yes, don't lose hope. We do start very small, like how I said, we do start as with enthusiasm, maybe because we got a JRF, because it is a prestige to be a doctorate, to get a job, so many things. And until there might be some others who have taken up research because without a doctoral degree, you will not be assured of a good pay. That could also be one of the reasons. Having said all that, today's topic, when I discussed with the convener and the co-convener who have been kind enough to ask me to give me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you, being almost the last day of the whole program, I thought I'll just use it as a winding up session, a quick recap session of what you have learned till now. Well, I was not attending all the sessions along with you, but some of my scholars are here to be alert and been religiously following it. And I'm glad because the scholars have picked up a lot. And such sessions are very important for beginners because all of us come with a lot of dreams. We want to do this, we want to do that. We have so many ideas about doing something on our own. It seems like, you know, you're going to climb the Everest, but when actually you go there, you won't know what to do, how to go about it. It's all a maze. Everybody gives you a lot of tips. And when you start, it seems meaningless. There's so many things that one goes through, and you feel that the supervisor is not agreeing with you, or you're not able to relate with them. They're not able to understand. You may not, what they're trying to tell you may be against your belief or emotional connect with the topic that you have. All these are the things that you go through. I'm sure you can share it. So today I thought the session that we have, Integrate, Reflect, Refine, a capstone session in research writing for scholars. I just thought we'll do a capstone that is, you've been having it for over 30 days now, I think. So, and there's a 33rd session or 32nd, I'm not sure. So I thought we'll have a more interactive session with all of you. I want you to interact. And those of you who are actually focused on this, unmute your mics and be ready to, you know, share with me what you have done and how you have done. So before I integrate, I should have put the reflect first. So what is it that you picked up? And let me start with the question, why did you join research at all? Why did you take up the course, or why did you join the research at all? Somebody answer. Can I have some answers? Can somebody speak up, please? I hope I'm audible.
Ma'am, until yesterday, we many of them had one plan. One kind of thought process. And after that, they had another process. Shall I pick the first one, former one?
Sure, sure.
Okay. It's for recognition, or it's for
Yes.
lucrative kind of things and all. But after
True.
actually attending the sessions,
Yeah.
people actually wanted to contribute. Okay, they want to add something to the existing knowledge.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Any others? Yeah, we do start with the, you know, lucrative things or beneficial career-wise, our own verticals, which will give you a promotion or a higher perk, etc. You have certain advantages, and obviously the first and foremost thing is a doctor before your name does matter. I'm talking about the practical aspect, guys. So any other, your choice of topic. I keep hearing people talking about, do we have to always talk about only English language? Why is literature important, not important? Anyone who are into literature research in English literature? Can somebody speak up, please?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah. Hema saying yes. Good evening, Hema.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I have just enrolled in MCBU, Chhatarpur University. It's a state university. And I'm English literature student. I have chosen an author. She was Manjula Padmanabhan, and her plays Half Light Out and other social issues. And that's what I am thinking about doing right now. I have joined this research session because before this, I was having no idea how research was conducted, what are the points I should do, what are the criteria, and especially when we ask others, they say it's easy. But when we do ourselves, we find something, oh, I missed this point, I missed that. So there are many points which I was not knowing about, but after coming and seeing so many professionals, it broadened my horizons a lot.
So what is the change that it brought about, or your, what did you notice? What was your earlier plan? What is it that you have fixed now? What is it that you were able to concretize now?
Earlier, I don't even know how to write a research paper. I just started reading, so I was not knowing. But yeah, I've changed a lot of things. Earlier, I was sticking to one writer, but now I'm thinking about comparative studies of writer and want to analyze more. Earlier, I was thinking about the name doctor in front of my the degree doctor.
Exactly.
But now I feel like I should do something more to it. because I was thinking literature doesn't contribute much to the society, but now I have changed my perspective a lot, because I thought it's not that thing what I was thinking earlier on.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you, Hema. I think you're the youngest of the participants. Yeah, yes. Please. Yes, somebody else was speaking. Any others? Okay, thank you, Hema. That was very interesting input. I think you're a very young participant here who is ready to share the whole process and the changes that were brought about. First and foremost thing, when you join research, it's a learning curve. It's a huge learning curve, not just about your literature or your topic or your area, a learning curve mentally, your abilities to learn, reading, the perspective, how you look at it, and your learning curve also in your ability to analyze things and, present them. You will learn how what you thought at the beginning is quite different from what you have emerged as a researcher. So generally we come out with a big idea, thankfully, like Hema said, or even Swarna, Ms. Swarna said, it's very interesting. Yes, we all want that doctorate. It's not so easy to become a doctorate. A medical doctor takes about 5 years, 4 to 5 years to get that name added. So does the doctorate. But yes, we talk about broader things, but research is about working on a focused one and trying to analyze it, looking at it threadbare, every aspect when you're contending and trying to prove something. So just like how a medical doctor, diagnosis, does an MRI or different scans and they pinpointedly look at the problem, then magnify it and see what else goes into it, and then they try to resolve it. Exactly, that is what we do in any form of research, is what I personally feel. I don't know how many of you agree with it. Maybe my other colleagues would be able to do it also. So yeah. So how do we start research? You have learned, you have had all these sessions, isn't it? Let's reflect on what are the things that you picked up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we just look at it? Guys, this is going to be very, very interactive session. I'm not going to preach. I want you to consolidate actually, because most of the time whenever we take these sessions, I notice there is a wow factor. Definitely all the resource persons are highly chosen ones, highly informed and, very eclectic people in their own areas of research and specializations. They would have definitely contributed. We have this wow thing, but then what actually the takeaway factors that we lose? The good feeling is there, but then when we go back, what is it that we do? We remember that one vague line. So today's session, with the approval of the organizers, I thought we'll consolidate what you have done and then try and give you a hands-on session where you will actually work out on some things. So I need what you learned, you begin with. It's okay, whichever session you remember. Can you just name them? Can you just share, please? There are many people here. I see about 100 participants here. So would somebody share what you have, what do you remember? Any of the sessions that you remember? Any of the points that you remember? It is an awakening, I understand, but we need to pin it down and, put it down on paper so that when you go back again and take up your research, you have to work on that. So can somebody please?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
Dhanlakshmi Rangarao, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Ma'am, as a previous scholar who was sharing, this thesis workshop was really a very good GPS for us, ma'am. When I entered this, I had a lot of interest for my topic on the area of research before I entered this workshop. And I thought this is going to be a default workshop where I'm going to just learn few things about the updates as usual, how it happens. But I should definitely register this. This thesis, the planning is very, very meticulous, ma'am. Meticulous planning by the organizers, because this will definitely shape any student who has completed their MPhil, and this will definitely can make them a research scholar, no doubt.
Wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. Because when I had a lot of interaction with my own batchmates, my seniorship, and the third level, and the masterpieces, and I have attended many conferences, but I've never got this crystal clarity of how to go about doing things and being confident enough and to answer the research gaps that you're going to find it. So
Okay,
that is
so
the very beautiful element which I cracked through this workshop. That was the area actually I was truly struggling up. I read a lot, and for years together we are reading and it gets updated. We are unable to just find how to define or how to answer that research gap. What is exactly in our minds? So this workshop has helped us a lot to streamline what streams in our mind. So the big thanks for that meticulous planning of what to be in the first, what to be in the middle, what to be in the next, and what to be in the last. So they have planned it so well. It crafted us and made us a very good research scholars, ma'am. And I confidently tell you one thing, within 4 or 5 months, I can finish the first draft of my thesis before even consulting my supervisor. That's going to be a surprise for my supervisor.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
So what
Thank you,
impressed you most?
Dhanlakshmi.
What you remember most is the how to find the research gap. Very good, very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Any others? Research gap. How to find them? How to fix them? Yeah, very good. Any others? Wonderful. Dhanlakshmi says she's going to write it in a few months. So any others? What is the exact things? One, you heard about research gaps.
Good evening.
Any others? Yeah. Yes.
Especially, I have to thank the organizing committee who has given us a chance to listen and to rectify our mistakes, especially types of plagiarism and how to avoid the plagiarism, and what are the dangerous aspects of plagiarism. All these things I learned, ma'am.
Oh, Ms. Sarah. So that's another integral part, the tail end part, which can, flick off all the efforts that you have made. Wonderful. So the plagiarism, which is the big devil that awaits in the corner, which can splash or crash the whole of your work. Very good. Any others? Any other takeaway points? See, my intention is not to while away your time. I thought if you felt this is very good, I know looking at the topics and all, I was roped in quite late, but then still looking at all the topics and all, I found this is a lot for meaningful, thoughtful process that went. So what are the points that you fixed for yourself? Like, I'm very glad Ms. Dhanlakshmi said that I understood what is this research gap. I'm going to go about it. If you have understood that, she has rightly put it, she can do the first chapters, few chapters, just like that. Within 3 months, maybe 6 months, she can do it. The main part, the crux of the matter is identifying the research gaps. So like that, what are the things that you picked? And I think Ms. Sarah has said that the plagiarism, and we are all in a, taken up by all these AI tools, and we are so wow, this source, that source, and we never know where we end up falling into a pit. So that's a very, very important aspect which you have to watch out for. Unintendedly, we get into it, not knowing. So that's an important one. Like that, I was asking, which are the important things? Anything about analysis, methodologies that you remember? Anyone who understood that? Okay.
Ma'am, also they talked about some of the AI tools, how they can be deployed in an ethical way, and all these things actually mentioned in very nice manner. And also identifying the relevance, I mean, the problem, and even the problematization in choosing the paths or making it, all these things really, whatever they have mentioned, it's really awesome, ma'am.
Mostly the present situation in the given 21st century at this stage, the main problem that people face is one, like she has said, what is it that you want to do, why you want to do that, the research gaps, etc., research question. The other is you might have come out, you read a lot, you do integrate so many of the opinions, etc., now literature review, all that, but then the AI tools. Now watch out, guys, like Swarna ma'am has said, most important now when you're submitting your thesis, it's very important to get a plagie check. The Turnitin is standard one that we follow, and it has incorporated now AI check. So it's not merely any general check, but also AI based. So one has to be very careful in crafting your thesis and your work now. So with that, I'll get into my presentation. Just a quick recap I wanted to have. Is it visible? I hope it's visible, right? So, most important when you're talking about the research process, etc., is you have to look at your writing process. You have to pick up on the writing process. The more, sometimes we need to read to get familiar what is the required standard, but then sometimes the excessive reading can, scare you or stun you. It may threaten you, like you wonder whether you can live up to that standard, etc. So we have to work on the writing process. It's not like we do not know. Having completed schooling in college and undergrad, and maybe some of you have completed your MPhil also. It's not like you do not know what to write. There have been instances in my university where even a 70-page thesis was accepted. 70-page thesis. Has anybody come across that? They made the scholar realize, we've made the scholar realize that it's not necessary to fill up 200 pages, 180 pages, 150 pages. Every word counts, every word matters, every
Quality is
expression
important.
matters.
Quality is more important than quantity, ma'am.
Yeah. So the writing process, what you want to say, the focus and the purpose of the focus. These two things, every word, every letter, every sentence that you write, when you focus on this, I think it will fall into place. The draft section, etc. So most important, I feel, is, of course, the writing skills, since I'm focusing only on the writing part. Core writing, when you get into core writing, to start writing, like one of the participants has mentioned, first of all, to start your writing, you should have consolidated your research question, which will come only if you have identified the gaps, which will again come only if you have done a literature survey, which will come only when you are fascinated, if you've decided on an area or a text. Say it works reverse engineering also, or the way to go forward. So usually scholars are a bit reluctant about going forward. It seems we know it. But when you start, you want to write, you feel you're ready. You've read the novel or you read the work, you've read some criticism, you feel that you also have a point to make. Research is not about emotion. Research is not about opinion. Research is about proving some kind of information that you have identified, some kind of a thought process, idea that has been, you may have started with that opinion. You may have your personal opinion. It's not an expression of your personal opinion. It's an expression of, your personal opinion in relation to the society. I'm talking about literature, even if it is language also, the same, how it affects people and supporting it with the proofs. You just can't say I'm good or this one is bad or that one. You have to have a proof for everything, right? Even in a regular debate or elocution, when you have an elocution or debate or even a group discussion, we always speak the person who has presented the point with an example, with a supporting fact or statistical information or a quotation or an instance is appreciated and applauded, even if it is one line. The same is extended into thesis. If you can just understand that and take it forward, the writing becomes easy. Every line that you write, you're making a statement. On what basis have you come to this? What has led you to believe this? Means it could be you read this, well, that is what you have to say. That becomes part of your methodology, right? And you read this person has said, this critic has said this critic hasn't agreed, but this conditions, because of this condition, this is acceptable. There's your argument. So to come to that, you should have, now you may be the first respondent, but then people before you would have read this and they might have reacted, which could be similar to what you have done, which could have been done in different ways by others before you. So for writing skills, you need to reflect and refine, and all that means what I'm talking about, integrate the core writing skills. I'm talking about the technical aspects of not just grammar and structural rules of syntax and, not these things. I'm talking about every sentence should be supported by why and what. Now here in research writing, you might have understood by now, others would have told you about this, is most important is how you support your statement. You could have references from the text, you could have references from your analysis, from your survey that you conducted, or you could be referring to others who have already experienced this. So that is how it works. Reflect on your writing process. Always, when you do something, whether it is a dish, whether it's a drawing, whether it is a statement, whether it is something, we always are proud that we could express the first level of happiness. But then we need to be more objective. Even before you take it to the supervisor, you need to look at it more like a person outside. You need to sleep over it, give it some time, then reread it. You yourself will be able to identify all the problems and the gaps. I'm not talking about just grammar. I'm moving away from that part actually. I'm talking about how the focus or how some things have to be. What makes this statement more valid? We'll come to that in the next pieces of thing. Then you can refine your draft. Now, when you do this on your own, when you take it to the supervisor or when you present it in the open presentation or your work progress, you will be able to substantiate why you have done that. To do that, the back reading is important. So that's what I'm trying to synthesize here. Gather quick feedback. You may share it with others. Remember, there's a lot of competition. Sharing for a quick feedback is maybe your co-scholar who's working on a different area. If they're able to understand, your work is half done. It's not about the subject or it's not about the area. Maybe the person is computer science related or the person is working on chemistry or something, but the process is the same. You're making a statement. Do you have the supporting things? How you have evolved towards that research gap? How you frame those research questions? Why these questions reflect the gaps? How they reflect the gap? These things should be, understood by any lay person. If you are able to convince a lay person about these, then you are successful. So you need to take a look, and please remember, research is about being willing to take criticism, and it is about refining your work and moving forward. It's not like you write something and it has to be, appreciated, and there's no, mollycoddling, trying to pet you, pamper you. There's a time frame, isn't it? You need to work within a time frame of 3 years or 4 years. So you better buckle up and get ready for the harsh criticism that you may get from your supervisor or the DRC. They do it not because they hate you. They do it because they want you to buck up and work more. The more criticism you get, that means you are actually working. That means you are on the process of learning. You need to add towards it. So that's how you can set the next goal. It's not about how do I get through this, work progress or this part. It's about how best I'm going to reach. Whatever remarks you get, whatever comments you get, you need to work on that. So the comment should be converted to your writing, and that integrate core writing. It is, in a cycle. So the next step set the next step goals, are again going back to when you're writing the next part or going for your next presentation, progress presentation, work progress presentation, you have to integrate that into your writing, which you will be able to present to the to show that level of scope. Am I clear so far? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is what I think. We have to go for connect, evaluate, and fine tune. Connect the concepts, evaluate the progress, fine tune the writing style. Connect the concepts. What concepts are we talking about? What is my question? How I have come to this question? What made me think these questions are important? On what basis of how am I going to approach these questions? How am I going to answer or analyze these questions? That's where what comes in there. When are you looking at how am I going to address these questions? Which aspect of research comes in there? Research writing comes in there. Connecting concepts. When you have identified your research question, you will be analyzing, right? You'll be analyzing your data, your information, or your text. So what is it that you use? What tool do you have to use there? What is the mechanism that you have to use for your analysis of the question and bringing in information? Would you like me to repeat? When I'm talking about connecting concepts, I want to establish certain things. Yeah. Which I have identified through the research questions, right? I picked up my questions, which I'm going to address and analyze those related information through the chapters in the book, through the works of the writer, or through the data I collect. I'm talking about two things here. One, the literature as well as ELT. I hope I'm making sense. So now that I have identified the question, now that I have picked up my primary sources or my survey data, how do I analyze?
Application, ma'am.
What do
application?
To analyze, what do I do? How do I have to, on what basis do I analyze?
First, we have to take a method, ma'am. Accordingly, we have to do that.
Yeah, who's that? Can I get the name there? I'm not able to. My screen is full.
Swarna, ma'am.
Swarna, thank you, Swarna, again. The methodology is important. See, you can have the same text being interpreted in different ways based on the methodology. So as important as finding the research gaps and which helps you to frame the research question or what we call as the problem statement is methodology, choosing your methodology. And when it is a methodology where you realize how aware are you, how relevant are you in the changing times. You can't go by the earlier days to thematic analysis. What thematic analysis? It's like my great-grandfather's way of analyzing. So when we see some titles like thematic analysis, a study, thematic study, come on, there are more to themes. What themes are you going to talk about? Be more specific. Like Dr. Soni Joseph was mentioning. Look at the more emerging areas. Make it relevant to the current situation. Now, what are the new things, ma'am? Always remember, like fashion, it's always old wine in new bottle. We have a new name, but old things which the importance change. What is more important on the mind of the people of the society? Now here, be careful. It varies from culture to culture. If you can integrate the cultural aspect, don't try to bring in the methodologies which are very far and remote, deep integrated into the Western society. You're in India, you're in South Asian person. So if you can bring in and integrate those cultural elements into the analysis, that makes a wonderful thesis also. I'm talking about literature. Even when we are talking about language, you can do the same thing. Now you can ask me, ma'am, does that mean we have to take up South Asian writers? No, you can look at it from the perspective of a South Asian, from your cultural specs. You can analyze any text for that matter. The Death of a Salesman would be very outdated text when I read when I was in school. But still I can relook at it and analyze it just for the sake of understanding what it would mean. There are some cultural specific aspects to every author's work, but the reader and the researcher can look at it through different lens and different prisms. So that's where connect concepts means you have to identify the methodology and also the themes that you pick up or the framework that you're choosing you should be able to connect and give a reason why you're doing it, why it becomes important. Slowly the world is moving towards another side, trying to look at more value based instead of material based. So there's a reason for that. Make literature relevant. Don't feel that it's not relevant anymore. Put your foot down. Now they realize even everywhere they want to bring back literature again. So let's not go way too far away from that. Now, coming to the second part, evaluate the progress, meaning it's not just how much work you have accomplished. Keep checking whether the concepts that you're connecting are relevant, useful. How do you do it? Again, methodology not enough. You are going to look at the theorists, the critics who have analyzed this, who have looked at it, who have based their own critical theories based on a certain structure, societal structures, etc. Bring in those elements. Now, whenever we talk about English language, what I have seen most of the time is we base it on Krashen or somebody else, very West, very Spanish, where the learning is a different one. Here, the learning is different. But since we are here, we always look forward to validation from the West. We do get stuck here, but then you can bring in certain variations of how this being a second language or so has certain changes to what has been mentioned by the great critics there in the language learning. So that is what I'm trying to talk about. Evaluate your progress. So then you can be your unique, your own thesis can be very unique. Fine tuning, of course, not talking off the, batting off your mark, but then the ideas are exuberant ideas, but you put them down, you have great ideas, huge voluminous things you want to speak, but then does it make sense? Is it easy to understand and make sense to anyone and everyone? Even a common person or a teacher somewhere sitting or a casual person can read it and, okay, I can think this. It should click their thinking. The purpose of all research is to help initiate the thinking process. Thinking is what is missing these days. Even the West have accepted this. So our research should not be a reflection of everything. It should make us think. It should generate more thesis. After you have submitted your thesis, you've been awarded your research. That's not the end of the story. Your research should click somebody's thought process and they should continue it from there onwards. That's when your thesis is a success. So the fine-tuned writing strategies, of course, I'm not talking about how you plan, you can use the tools, how you have to citations, etc. This is a must which you have to follow. Concept, CEFT as we call it. I hope it has made some sense to you. Now, here is something for you again. Formulating strong research question hypothesis. You can read it there. I hope it's visible. You can read it. Structuring research papers. Literature review strategies, designing coherent methodology descriptions, clarity, precision in academic writing, citing, referencing, editing, and which is most useful? I put 3 question marks. Why is it most useful? Why not the others? How about the others? Can somebody quickly go through that and let me know? Of all the things that are listed there, I've listed about 6 to 7 items there. Which of them is most important? These are all the key themes of the key things that you have to remember relating to research. Am I right? Or would somebody like to disagree with me and add and correct me? Please feel free.
You are right, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes,
I
please.
feel they are interconnected, ma'am.
No, which is the most useful one? Say like
right now, I am in literature review, ma'am.
Very good. You think that is very, very important? Yes, very good. Literature review is most useful because
if we are able to finish that, everything else is automatically structured, ma'am.
yes, very good, very good. Very interesting. Thank you. That is what I was talking about. May I know who this is? If I change
Deepika,
again, this Deepika. Thank you, Deepika. That's a wonderful answer there. That is what exactly I was looking for, actually. The whole crux of the matter, formulating strong research. How can you formulate a strong research hypothesis? Only if you have read the papers and then literature review, you have done a lot of literature review, then identified the gaps, then you can come with the questions and hypotheses, isn't it? Rightly said, Deepika, they're all integrated. Literature review, you have to read. Maybe your primary source would have started an intention in you, I want to work on this, I want to present this. But you need to look at the literature review and then come out with the research gap. Very good. Thank you. Can I move to the next one? And then the next most important thing. If you were to number these in a serial order. Would somebody? One, I'm also assuming
formulating strong research question and hypothesis. Strong research question and hypothesis.
Yes,
because even our literature review depends upon our strong research question and hypothesis.
Yes. Very good. Yes, sir, that is true. Literature review leads to the strong research question. Yes. And then.
And one more thing, literature review strategies, as you mentioned, this is not summary. This is synthesis of whatever we have read.
Yes. So what is the next one that becomes very important? While you're doing your research review, you would also have to pay attention to the methodologies that were adapted by them. So yours has to be a unique one, isn't it? Any arguments with that?
No, ma'am, it's correct.
So be careful how you're planning. I hope you will make a note of the process. You will be a great help to yourself and you'll be able to do it. You know, it will be a cakewalk for you if you are very clear about it. Okay. Then when you start the writing, the clarity and precision comes later. It is the argument. What exactly is your argument? And then trying to bring in the clarity with the referencing, citation and all. Revisions and editing is important. What is the missing most important factor that I did not mention here, which is very integral to research? I didn't mention one.
Even conclusion and findings, madam.
Sorry?
Conclusions and finding.
Yeah, okay. Argumentation, coherence and flow, research conclusion and finding. Sorry?
Results, ma'am.
Yeah, results. Argumentation, when I meant argumentation includes what you're saying, why you're saying, how you reiterate it. That brings in results or conclusion, everything. Okay, we can add that. One more important thing. After the end of your research, which two of the participants actually mentioned they learned it through these sessions. Watch out for the
future
blinker,
research, ma'am. Future research or
no. Okay, all that.
Bibliography, ma'am.
Conclusion after, ma'am.
No, I didn't. All that comes into citing and referencing. Plagy check. most important is plagiary check. Okay, be careful. You know, and you might have read somewhere or the other, even after 25 years, people are getting in the highest positions are being caught for their thesis being a total plagiary. Be very, very careful about it. Yes, conclusions and citation and referencing ethically. That is what I meant. And there also in the bibliography and all, I didn't talk about those minute line by line, having assumed that you have done. Okay. So there is this is what I wanted you to look at, the research narrative arc. This is exactly what you do, isn't it? Can you elaborate on that, what we do here in each of these stages? Or should I skip that part? Identifying the problem, why the problem is relevant, the gap, who has done earlier, what you have identified. That means you identify a problem, you support the problem with a gap. Why this is, how this has not been addressed. Then you look at the methodology, why this particular methodology is relevant when already somebody has done through a particular methodology. It's not just for the sake of doing a research that we pick up a methodology. It should have some validation for it, evaluate it. And then your findings, like somebody contributed earlier, your analysis and the findings. Findings is what you analyze, and then your contribution. Now, from all this, here comes your word, the contribution. Your opinion, which you want to express with the support of evidence that you found. This is where you can actually fit in your thoughts if it is literature. And maybe as a teacher, English teacher, you would have come across these issues and problems. You wanted to address this and bring the attention to other people also. And maybe you tried one solution or a methodology to make your students better in English learning. So that's the contribution comes there, how you have your intervention process, etc. in that. Okay, so now each section of the paper supports this narrative. Again, you talk about whether it is a paper or every chapter. It is a kind of a flow, a synthesis that we have mentioned. Most important is at the end of it, what is the research question and what is the method, how it is relevant. That is what I will say. They are integrated. They are complementary, rather. They should be in tandem. Your research question should be analyzed with a particular methodology. Is it suitable to analyze that particular research question? And why so, how so? That itself will help you to work on your findings, etc. Let's go to the next piece of it. I hope I'm making sense to all of you. Yeah. Sample research question. Can you try this? This I'm giving you as a quick activity. Let's not take too much time. I'm thinking, I think I've crossed the time. I hope it's okay with the convener and the organizers. I just thought I'll just bring in some of them here. I've identified some 5 research questions. How does sleep affect student learning? This is actually a very, the first question is actually one of the more interdisciplinary topic, but then anyway, what motivates people to read more books? How does social media influence study habits? These may be simple questions. I've brought in only simple questions. General discussion, let us say. One of the questions, which anyone, choose one question and discuss what sections would be directly shaped by this. What aspects will we be reflecting on, which we should work on or analyze on, depending on this question. What motivates people to read more books? Take a question like that. Or how does social media influence study habits? If this is a research question, it's not, but let us say this is the question, which part of it will shape your discussion or your research? It's a very simple one that I asked. What makes a classroom discussion more engaging? Which section, not what section, sorry. Which sections of the question would actually help you to look for information? what sort of information? Take any one, please. Shall I choose the question? What makes a classroom discussion more engaging? Which part of this question you have to focus to work on? Hello? Yes?
Sorry, ma'am. Immaculate, ma'am. Please, unmute your mic, ma'am.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, for this classroom discussion, to make it more engaging, we have to concentrate on what are the ICT tools which we use, current technologies. Is it
So
right,
you're
ma'am?
talking about what making,
Yes,
isn't it? So
yes,
the word
ma'am.
makes is important, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Discussion engaging is the outcome you want. So you're
Yes,
going
ma'am.
to look at what makes. So the tools, very good, very well identified. So this is how when you are preparing the question also, automatically you talked about the tools. The methodology falls into place. This is exactly what I was trying to say. Now look at the other one. How does sleep affect student learning? Let us look at the first question.
Maybe how does it affect? So the action words, I think, ma'am.
Yeah. So is it the effect we are looking at? Or is it the process of the effect?
The process, ma'am.
Yes.
The process of the effect or sleep effect? How does sleep affect student learning, isn't it? Effects of sleep or effects of sleep, or is it the process of sleeping? It's okay to go wrong, guys. Come on. I can also. You're talking about the process, isn't it? The effect is about the process only. How it affects.
Effect is the result, affect is the process.
Yes. So the process of sleeping which affects them, isn't it? So how does meaning? It can have positive and negative. See, when you are framing the question, which part comes, we always think these are WH questions, but that's where your answers are related. How is the whole process? What is identifying the things, isn't it? So that's exactly what I was trying to say. When we frame the questions, we need to be careful about these things. Yeah, some of the things that we need to work on it. The checklist when you are reflecting on questions. And these are the things that you need to have in your mind when you're also cross-checking your own write-ups or your own process. Is my research gap validated for this? How is it a research gap? What are the things that are meant? I should be able to substantiate it, isn't it? Is it not discussed? Is it not mentioned? So that's when you emerge with you can refine your research question or your hypothesis or problem statement. These are some of the things. Is my research question aligned with my method? Does my literature review justify my studies contribution? Is the flow between sections logical? So we always say the end of one chapter is the beginning of the other. So the beginning of the next chapter or next thought should start at the end and the conclusion of that particular chapter. So that's where the thought process is, the connectivity is. If the flow doesn't happen naturally, every chapter, this chapter I'm going to, what the next chapter is going to be about should be mentioned in the previous one itself. The connection should be there. It's a cliffhanger and then you go to the next one. Are my arguments clear and evidence-based? Most important for research, one is clarity and the other is evidence-based. The previous feedback is what is it that the DRC or the other members suggested to me? I did a lot of effort. I read a lot. I wrote a lot. I did a lot of research. But somehow they're asking me so many questions. That means I was not able to organize them clearly. The coherence is lost. Okay. So that's when we need to rewrite. I'm talking about the writing process here. Okay. We have done a lot of work. Most of the scholars do a lot of research. But when it comes to presentation, they do present. The assumption is the others know. Now remember, not all the DRC members read all your works. They will listen to you and tell you what is the missing point. Even if the person has read everything, when they read your thesis or your work, even a layman reads, they should know what it is. So your framework or your organization should be in such a way that person who is a literature background, like I told you at the very beginning, chemistry, math, whatever, language background, translation background, should be able to understand what you're trying to say. That's a successful research work. So when somebody is giving you a feedback, recheck what is it that I said, why are they asking me? So the clarity is lost there. I need to work on that. So those are the metacognitive awareness elements that you have to pick up. Metacognitive is a big word, but yeah, simply it means that that's what I said at the very beginning, be open to criticism. That means when I'm presenting or when I have written something, things are missing. What is this? Where is this? What is this? Where? What happened to this? When we write or because we read a lot, the scholar reads a lot, the assumption is, okay, this is known factor, I'm going to write it continuously. No, it should be crystal clear everywhere what you are stating. You can't assume that the reader has done the same reading as you, right? So that is where you need to be very, very careful and go. Yeah. Let's do one simple example. In one sentence, state your main claim, why it matters, and the specific focus of your study. Clear claim, rationale, scope, and formula. I don't know if the time is permitting or not. I'm not sure. I think I exceeded the time. Is it okay? The organizers, if the organizer is there, can I take another 10 minutes or should I quickly run through?
You can finish it, ma'am. No problem. 10 more minutes are required, right? So,
yeah. Thank you. So this is what you have to look at to improve your one. Make in one sentence. What is your argument? Why? And what is that you want to come out? No? In your study, what is it that you want to bring out? What exactly is your study about? This is where you have to work on. I hope you make I'm sure all of you has been working on this. This is what your structure should be everywhere. A clear claim, what you want to say, we call it the focus, the rationale, the reason, and the scope. To what extent? That is your proof or your evidence. That's a kind of a formula that we look forward to. And this is where the 3-step writing refinement framework, we call it, takeaway framework. Integrate, connect your ideas, arguments, and structure. Reflect, evaluate the clarity, alignment, and coherence. Refine, that means that is the last part. You have to do these 3 steps in a way. I'm sure this has been told to you. I just wanted to bring in to you some weak writing processes and improve it. Can we do it as a quick activity? If you're not comfortable, we'll just skip through. Very vague and wordy. We focus a lot on trying to be very eloquent, but somewhere the clarity is lost if you become too vague and wordy. There are many things that researchers need to think about when they are doing. Yeah.
Ma'am, this is very important, ma'am. Please do that. Because many things, what are the many things? There should be some kind of specific
specifications and on. And yes, this is important because it shows how the research process is. Now, what is that many things? When they are doing their studies, what studies, doing what, and this is important. What is important? Well, because it shows what is that it. This becomes the assumption of the researcher is they have read this, they are quickly saying this is a kind of they don't want to forget the idea, so they're putting it. But always remember, you have to clearly state at the very beginning, what is it that you are saying? What are the many things? Clearly mention 1 or 2 things. Don't go for, there may be 10 things. You can't discuss all 10 things. Bring it down or categorize them, put them into one, classify them and mention the classification. And then talk about what it is. This is important. What is that this? You cannot use word like many, some, always, it, this, that. These are the words that you need. Can somebody try rewriting? Try it. There are some mistakes, actually grammar mistakes also, purposely incorporated. Can you try? Can somebody make it more specific? Somebody be willing to do it. Here onwards, it's all hands-on only. I'm not giving any, bhashan here. You're all good at it. Can somebody try? There are many things that research
We'll
need.
try, ma'am.
So it's okay
But
to
we
go,
need
no?
1 or 2 minutes, ma'am. Couple of
Sure,
minutes.
Sure. Okay, for once, I'll give you how it can be rewritten. We have identified many things. What are the other vague elements here? At least identify the vague elements. Can somebody identify the vague things? Which are vague, which are not?
Demonstrative pronouns.
Dear studies.
This, that, these, those, all these.
Yeah.
We should-
So let's see how it can be
It is
improved. Yeah.
important.
This is one of the things that I got when I was trying it.
Ma'am, previous
This-
slide, please.
Yeah, previous
Ma'am,
slide. Yeah.
previous slide is not.
Yeah. There are many things that researchers need to think about when they're doing their studies. And this is important because it shows how the research process is basically complicated. Wow, so much, too many rasgullas are rolling out of my mouth. But yeah, rasgulla is my favorite sweet, so I keep saying that. Very wordy, isn't it? Just as an example, I'll show you the answer. The next one you can try here. Researchers must consider key factors such as, what are the many things? Study design, sampling, data quality, all of which are essential for producing a reliable result. Shall we look at the first one again? Many things is presented as.
Ma'am, I have just posted in the chat box. If you could just
yeah. I
made it concise.
Sure. In the chat box, you have posted it. Let me see. 1 second. I'll just check that. Okay. I'm unable to. Can you just?
I'll read it out, ma'am.
Yeah, please read it out.
I've just made it like researchers need to think on their studies because it has complications.
When you have to integrate into a 20 word or something, it has complications, which need to see the previous one. What was it?
Oh, it was too verbose. It's filled with a lot of unnecessary words.
Things. Yeah, things. And why? How it is important. The research process. 3 things to be mentioned, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Research focus. There's how integral to the studies and the importance to present what of the research process. 4 elements. So now you read again your answer.
Researchers need to think on their studies because the process is complicated. This can be an answer.
Instead of saying because, can you say?
And their studies.
Because.
And they are doing this studies.
The processes, research process is complicated.
Quite complicated. Yes.
Should be more focused. Yeah. Good attempt.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good. So that's some of the things. Researchers must consider key factors. What are the many things that are preoccupied? Study design, sampling, data quality. This is of course related to language, but you can look at study design, questioning, analysis, and conclusions. You can mention that also. Because it is essential to produce reliable results. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. Hey, where's the next one? Yeah, try this. Shall we? One more example. Disconnected one. The participants completed the survey. The survey had 42 questions. The study examined student motivation. Data were analyzed using SPSS. Is a mechanism, that is the statistical analysis SPSS. People who are working on language will know it. It's all choppy, meaning because there's also every writing school tells you use simple sentences. So we break it. We can integrate this into it, isn't it? How will you try? Can you try it? Anyone? Or should I just move forward?
Yes, ma'am. Please move forward, ma'am.
Yeah. So.
Because of the time constraint, otherwise,
Yeah.
we
I
enjoyed
understand.
it.
I understand.
Ma'am is waiting, I think.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was given up to 7:45. That's okay. I think 7:30. I'm taking away the time. Yeah. This is how you can do it. Okay. So I just had a few more. The long confusing versions and I just thought I'll do it that way. Yeah. Coming to titles, a weak title, research on students, technology and learning. These are what we call as the weak titles. If you're making a note of it, if you think it's worthwhile noting, how it can be improved. Just make a note, research on students, technology and learning. Factors influencing first year, be specific. Who, which students, what is the level, etc. You should be very, very careful exactly about what aspects. Okay. Now look at the previous title, technology and learning. How digital feedback tools shape student revision. Say how you have. So the title should integrate with your research question and your methodology and your process. Can I move to the next slide?
Yes, ma'am. It's very clear, ma'am.
Yeah, abstracts also. Some people start this way. This paper looks at several issues again. See, remember the vague idea related to how people learn. The study uses different methods, show various results, several issues, different methods, various results. So these are all very vague ones. How you can write better? See how it comes more comprehensive and clear. The study examines how undergraduate students always specify who's your sample or why. Specifically, if you're talking about characters, which characters in the literature, protagonists or the other ancillary characters, marginalized characters, be specific. Okay, use of self-regulated learning. See the specifications that have to be mentioned here. Again, too much process detail. I interviewed 12 participants in February, later interviewed 3 more. Now, research is objective work. You might have done, but you have to look at it in an objective perspective. You can't bring in the I factor, the personalized factor. It's not about the great things that you did. It is the outcome that you brought. So it's not about you, it is about the process. So you have to avoid this, and this is how it can be improvised too. Okay, I'll just one more just as an example. If there are no questions, can we stop there? Any questions?
So your class is very crystal clear, ma'am. That's the reason I think they don't have any doubts. Really, and it's really very interesting, ma'am. For your insightful and engaging session and titled, I think, Integrate, Reflect, Refine, a capstone session in research writing for scholars. It's really good, really great.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't time it properly. I've been over ambitious. Maybe my idea was to actually make somebody write a problem statement of their own, so that would be a great takeaway at the end of this whole workshop session. Since
definitely they can do, ma'am. You have given nice chunks, ma'am. Definitely they can do it. Ma'am, your ability to synthesize the diverse components of research and connect them meaningfully to thesis, drafting and revision was truly commendable, ma'am. It was an interactive and enriching session, and we genuinely appreciate the way you acknowledged how participants had religiously followed the classes throughout the workshop, a remark that deeply encouraged and motivated everyone, ma'am. Your emphasis on connecting concepts, evaluating progress, and refining writing strategies offer much needed clarity to scholars preparing to shape their final research draft, ma'am.
Yeah.
The structured approach you presented, like rooted in reflection, coherence, and continuous improvement, all these, ma'am, have equipped participants with practical pathways to achieve the desired academic outcome, ma'am. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your time, generosity, scholarly guidance. Your session has added great value to this capstone phase of IITWW. Thank you, ma'am.
I hope it was useful. I'll take my leave. So thank you to the organizers, the convener and the co-convener who have co-opted me into this. I hope it has made some sense to all of you. My good wishes to all of you. Let sense prevail. Logic is the answer. And don't think that you should be unemotional. You can bring in the emotions, add logic to it, and that's where your, the thesis will be a success, and you will come out with you can make your thesis into a book, great book, which will be a guiding light to the following scholars. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lavanya.
Good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request Dr. Swarnasri Madam to give a brief introduction of our next resource person, Dr. V. Lakshmi Prasanna Madam. Thank you.
Dr. V. Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am, are you there? Just say hi, ma'am. I want to keep this one. I want to keep your
yes.
photo
Yes,
into
ma'am.
limelight, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I haven't. Yeah, Rahamuddin Lavanya ma'am. Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am.
Yes, madam. I am here.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Dr. V. Lakshmi Prasanna is a professor of English in the Department of Humanities and Sciences at Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. She holds a PhD from JNTU Hyderabad and brings with her over 32 years of academic and research experience in IWE, ELT, and methodology of English. Her strong interdisciplinary grounding, spanning literature, education, and pedagogical studies, reflects a consistent commitment to academic excellence and informed teaching and practice. Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna has made notable contributions to national and international scholarship. She has presented her work at global platforms, including the National University of Singapore, and has published over 50 research papers in Scopus Index papers and Scopus Index journals. Her research interests extend across American literature, cultural studies, communication, ELT, employability skills, and so on. Her participation in numerous FDPs, workshops, and certification programs underscore her belief in continuous professional growth. Her academic expertise is further recognized through her role as examiner, paper setter, and invited consultant for various universities. A respected resource person for faculty development programs, national workshops, and academic leadership sessions, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna is also known for integrating innovation into humanities research, evidenced by her patents in language and communication related studies. Madam also has taught an impressive range of courses from communicative English and business communication to English for research paper writing and professional ethics, consistently aiming to enhance learners' communicative competence and research capabilities. Her work continues to influence scholars and educators alike, shaping a meaningful intersection between linguistic scholarship, pedagogical innovation, and academic integrity. Thank you so much, ma'am, as you are part of it, and we warmly welcome you. And now the screen is yours.
Yes, madam. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Just now, after receiving a call from you, this was disconnected. I forwarded my presentation to this number, 8309147264, madam. Could you present the same from your side? Swarna, madam?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes,
first
ma'am.
you try to do it. You try to share it, which is actually the right corner, ma'am. After mine,
yes, ma'am.
it is there. You try. If it is not possible, we'll try. But that is not my number, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, I think. Okay, ma'am. I think I have got
yes.
it.
Yeah. I forwarded to him.
Okay, ma'am. No problem. You
Yes.
just try, ma'am. Otherwise, definitely I'll provide that assistance, ma'am.
Yes, madam. After receiving the call, just it was gone. The link was. Madam, actually, it doesn't from my side.
Madam, no issues, ma'am. Meanwhile, you continue and
Yeah.
I'll do that, ma'am.
Yes, madam. So, thank you, Sanna madam. Thank you to the IITWW workshop. And I have to say thanks to all the participants that are doing so much of patience here. And here is the presentation related to meta-analysis. Definitely, we will do something good within half an hour. Our time is at 7 to 8, but we have a little time. I will show you clear idea how you people can do. What is the major difference? What is meta-analysis? When we people can use this meta-analysis, really is it useful for research, or do we have anything difference from other research to this? Definitely there is a difference. Why people may not choose this one, and why some of the disciplines have to do their research only under the meta-analysis. That is also a point for us to discuss. Now here I would like to tell you one thing. Do you have any idea about your work, research work? Yeah, since from the beginning, the first day, the day one onwards, you are very keen to receive different types of environments of learning. Definitely to have a clear idea on the particular research. Any one of you can recall the memory of this one. What is the research? Just to recap. What is the research? Swarna madam unable to reconnect. Trying opening in many windows. Madam, not this one. Sorry, please. Madam, not this one. Please stop this. Madam. Hello.
Sir, I'm there. I can hear her. I'm doing it.
Yes, yes, madam. Please stop this. Not
Okay.
this sharing. Another PPT actually. By mistake, I sent this to you.
No issues. You can send it to me.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. With the same number, madam.
Madam, please continue. Madam is doing the under process. That is under process. You please continue.
Yeah.
It takes 1 to 2 minutes. Madam.
Yes, sir. In today's analysis, we are going to work on meta-analysis, a powerful tool in research synthesis. As we know that what is a tool, what is a method, what is an approach, what is a approach and technique. If we come back to once again, here we can see the purpose of these 4 items. So tool refers when we people can use the tool, when we people can use the word technique, when we people can use the anything from my side. Yes, a tool in research is an instrument, or it is a device, or it is a resource used to collect or measure or analyze data. But when you come to the word, the other one, technique, it is a specific procedure or a skillful way of carrying out research task or operation. So now here the other point is a method. What is a method? A method is a systematic and organized plan used to conduct research and achieve the study's objectives. Without objectives, we people never start our work. And till now, the day one onwards, all these 14 days, today is the 15th day. Even on this day, we people are repeating the same word. What is your statement, research statement? Did you see your objectives? How many times you go through this one? What do you find? What are the research gaps? How do you trace your gaps? So to do all these things, what type of research review you are doing? But in this meta-analysis, is there any specific or unique method or any approach? Definitely we will see. So the tools what we are using, like it may be a Google form to get the data, or it may be some other method like interview session or any other thing. But whatever it may be there, we people are collecting large amount of information or data. And in the form of technique, we people are operating or research task is going to be taken in another method. There you are showing your skill to collect the data. But in a method, you are achieving some studies and there you are applying the objectives to reach your objective or aim or goal. You are applying your own way of the method. So finally, there is an approach. These four are going to be in our hand. And after that, we can think that to start our work. How many of you thinking that your research falls under the category of so-so? It means it is in systematic research or meta-analysis under the meta-analysis research or the types or methods of research. First, did you think any one of you my research falls under the so-so category? That is a later part. When we start the work, after 1/3 of its work or half of the work or in the second chapter of the, then the researcher or supervisor or the scholar, or when you are in the discussion with others, by that time it will come into the picture of the discussion. But most of the times, 70% of the scholars never think my topic falls under the so-so category. That is the major problem, one of the major problem. Okay, let us see what is a meta-analysis. So meta-analysis is a method of combining the results of many different studies on the same topic to get clearer and more accurate overall conclusion.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, madam. I am sending to you PPT.
Not this one, ma'am.
Not this, that one, madam. Not that.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm unable to connect here on my system.
Ma'am, send the PPT to others.
Yes, madam. I
person.
sent now. Yes, madam. Same number I sent now as 111 like that. I kept that one. Then it is easy for the participants. I shared, madam. Shared.
Okay, ma'am. I'll collect it, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, meanwhile, you can continue, ma'am.
Yes, madam. As for the discussion, we have a definition, small definition. I made it small, though it is it has its own style of a lot of variations in discussion. But finally, it is a method, but combining results of many different studies on the same topic to get a clearer, more accurate overall conclusion. That is the main part of the meta-analysis. And after that, here already I told you, in that you can use tools, in that you can use techniques to collect the data because we need to get large amount. So whatever it may be the method you are applying to collect the data, that is also good and you can approach in different ways. But here I have given some definitions. The tool in research is it may be instrument or device or resource you are going to collect, and the technique whatever you are applying there you have to show your skillful nature. And then if you want to organize your ideas more planly in a systematic and organized plan, you have to conduct research and achieve the studies of objectives. But if you apply the approach in broader way or thinking, guiding perspectives that shapes how research is designed and conducted, that is approach. Suppose the perspective of someone, perspective means as we know that point of view, and what point of view we people can connect to this one. That is very important in this research. Finally, it is a statistical analysis of a large collection of results. We can't say straight away this is so, but it is a statistical analysis of large collection of results. Generally, we say that one this is the fourth chapter, fifth chapter, result analysis chapter. After discussion or before discussion, we can keep this information like that. Whatever it may be the a role of this one, but we have to collect the data. In that data must have the statistics. And the what is the purpose of this one? To determine the overall effect and resolve conflict results, identifying the moderators. This is the purpose. But in this purpose, when you have the overall magnitude of the effect across the studies, and you have to resolve conflict results. Suppose I have taken two subjects, two disciplines, or two ways of the two variations of the different different ways of the collecting data. But I have to resolve why they were like that. To estimate population parameters with greater precision. This is the third point, the purpose of the meta-analysis used in research. And the fourth point, what I can discuss with you is identify moderators that explain variation across studies. Finally, you can guide policy, practice, and future research. This is the other end of the part, the purpose of the meta-analysis using in the research. So here, whatever it may be there are some features or characteristics. Here the characteristics falls like this. It must be systematic, quantitative, replicable, and objective. When you find all these four together, then only you can achieve your point, whatever you want to see as outcome in your research. So like in other research methods, there are steps in meta-analysis. Madam, are you presenting from your side? Hello, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
It's under
Steps
process.
in,
Continue, ma'am.
Here there are few steps like in other research. Research question is the first one, inclusion criteria, search strategy, a screening, data extraction, effect size computation, model selection, heterogeneity testing, moderator analysis, publication bias, reporting. These 11 should be in your research when you are using meta-analysis. And the tools what you are using, these are the common tools and must tool. The common tool is SPSS, RS data, and R metaphor. These are CMA and Reumann. These are, madam, you can show the ninth slide. So these tools you can use to extract the data now. So now when you are using these tools, you are ready to get information. But how you can apply, in which area, in which discipline you can apply these particular knowledge. So in psychology, education, medicine, social sciences, these particular areas are preferring to use meta-analysis in most of the times. And what is the major strength of this meta-analysis to use in these particular areas in sense? High statistical power is available. It means larger pooled sample size improves accuracy. Suppose fortunately you got a government job, you are appointed to the particular work or any other thing. By that time you have to collect the sample in large way. For that, this meta-analysis is applicable. By the time you have to select this area, you have to use SPSS tool or some other tool, whatever it may be there, to continue your work in the research. Second one is general. So generalizability, how it means to find the representative broader populations. The third one to get the clarifies conflicting findings. Suppose in Telangana, this is the way. In MP or Madhya Pradesh, this is the data you got it. But there is a large variation in these two, even though the topic is the same or some other way. So by that time, this meta-analysis will apply, and there you can get a strong sense of the point what you are expecting. It means that is your perspective. So you are expecting some amount of information is using for that benefit of that one, but you got a different percentages. By that time, this meta-analysis will give a clear picture to you. So it also provides consensus where studies disagree. And finally, you can identify moderators and you can explain why the studies differ also only with the help of this research. This is the unique quality and characteristics of meta-analysis. If you want to improve evidence-based practice, it helps a lot for the policymakers and others also. Okay, after doing strength, madam, do we have any limitations while using this meta-analysis? Definitely. Quality of included studies affects the conclusions, but publications bias may distort findings. Suppose you are sending your paper to some of the publications or any other thing, they may object you. How did you collect? What is the method? The methodology what you select is suitable for this one, and specific features are applied to collect the data or any other thing. So in the publication part also, here you will get a problem if you do not apply proper tools or methods or techniques or any other thing. This is the quality what you have to mind under the limitation part. Heterogeneity can complicate synthesis. This is another feature. Difference in methodological across studies, time consuming and requires advanced statistical skills. The last one always we have to keep in mind. If we select the topic under the category of the meta-analysis, time consuming. Suppose you have taken 3 months time, but it's not sufficient. And 3 years you want to complete your project report or any other thing, it's not sufficient to you because the elements what you have selected or the population what you have selected may require some advanced statistical skills or updated or cutting edge skills. But so we have to update timely. Each and every day we have to go into the task to see the information what we got it here. So now here applications. Already I told you what are the areas where we have to apply this meta-analysis in psychology and personality studies, social skills interventions, cognitive behavioral therapy, outcomes, clinical diagnostics in education. So in all these categories, we can apply this meta-analysis research. And coming to the part of another one here, Prisma guidelines. When you are applying, there is another technique and systematic to make your work in a systematic way. It is Prisma guidelines. Under this, what components you have to follow? Even in the title selection, that must be very suitable to the work. Abstract. When you are writing already, just before our resource person discussed a lot about this abstract. Once upon a time, 250 to 350 words are the most prior words for our abstract. But sometimes this type of meta-analysis abstracts requires 1,000 words. We have the evidences. What are they? Suppose if you want to talk about the IKS, Indian Knowledge System, in what way you collect the information? Centuries together we have to collect the information. But if you say, can you say all these things in 250 words or 300 words or 500 words? But that is not enough for them to assess your paper quality or the information what you want to submit to them in the form of the report. So in the abstract is also going to be vary in this particular part. Some are rarely or occasionally. So introduction, how you people can draft this introduction like in the normal way, because it has its another name, that is a systematic review or systematic research. So in this introduction, you are following the same guidelines like the other research methods, but there is a little care while doing so. So methods also specific, results, discussion, flow diagram, funding and conflicts of interest. These are the prime part you have to use in your meta-analysis. Finally, what is this Prisma? Prisma refers to prepared reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So it ensures transparency, replicability, and methodological rigor. Suppose when you do so all these things, what else we have? So now here I would like to say another one that is based on the structure of this meta-analysis paper. I'm giving one example. So you're like in normal paper, you're writing introduction, review of literature, methodology. So here systematic review, meta-analytical procedure you are combining. This is the difference what I find in some of the papers. Data analysis also in rigor and in depth we have to do. Results here also I may find the difference, discussion, implications and limitations, conclusions, references. So all these they have some in-depth performance when you select your topic under the meta-analysis. So references and lectures, these are two are, don't say these are two are common for all these things, primary resources, secondary resources, and even my bibliography is completed like that. Not like that. So you have to show the in-depth research and there you have to provide the evidence. When the evidence is very accurate to your topic, then only it will be acceptable for any other continuation of the work. So that is very particular. Generally, supervisors will think and will ask the scholar, show me the evidence once or twice. How did you get? Which method you applied? Which technique you applied? They will ask so many questions even in the general discussion. What is the main advantage of this meta-analysis? Really, is it useful or is it a tough one to do research? Or is it a challenging part for any scholar? Like that, there are questions. So finally, here I would like to discuss with you the advantage of this meta-analysis in simple terms. Definitely, it is an exhaustive and combines all relevant data for a given research issue. But here, whatever you are selecting, there you should not say exhaustive and combines all relevant data. But you have to go with your own way of search and you have to stick to the evidence and that evidence is not the ultimate one. Still, you have to work on that one. Trace some of the points which are very accurate to your title. Why you have selected the title? In what way you want to show the title to the so-called selection of the discipline. So because I have shown you the particular disciplines where you can apply your research or any other thing. So finally, the research may establish correlation between the so-called work. So how long does a meta-analysis take? Is it a simple term or 1 minute task or 2 minutes task like 1 year, 2 year or anything? It includes creating a protocol and there you can build and run the quality of search. But while collecting all the papers or any other thing, you have to evaluate the studies to meet the inclusion criteria. There you can extract and analyze the summary of the data along with some other work. So a well-done research or review can require dozens of hundreds of thousands of hours, not one day process, not a half day process. If you stop your work in the middle of the week, automatically it will take another 3 weeks to continue the same work. So it is a in continuation of that work. Every day you have to show your interest to continue your work, to add on something to your previous work. And you have to think about the past 2 weeks work to the third week work. So then only you can complete your work under this category. That is the major point we have to keep in mind when we select the meta-analysis research. So here you can take spans of the several months. The span of the time is several months or yes, some of the people they used to take 12 years also to complete the research, but institutes or universities they are not allowing the people to continue their work such a long years. 8 years is the ultimate point for them. When still if they want to extend their research a few more years, by that time they may allot 2 more years, that is the 8th year or like that. So what is the main goal of meta-analysis? Do you have any idea? Did you come across any other papers related to meta-analysis? What is the main goal? What is the main aim? What is the main objective of that one? We'll discuss at the end. I will show you. So now, what are the 7 major types of research? We have to come back once again, recap our knowledge to continue this meta-analysis. So these are the types of the research work we have known. And experimental method, you can do survey. Through surveys, you can collect much information. Observation method is also good. Case studies, interviews, and focusing groups, secondary data analysis, mixed methods, all these things will come under the types of research. Why, madam? Why again you are using the same old information already? We have known this one, discussed a lot. Yes, exactly. But you can apply all these things or all these types of the research in this meta-analysis. So now, when you are doing this meta-analysis, there are 4 steps. What are they? So you can study that make up the meta-analysis. You can summarize and you can say the positive results or any other thing. When you are doing the measures of a heterogeneity of this meta-analysis, you can take stepwise one by one, or in order to take the direct step of third one or fourth one. But always you have to see the first step to the 4 in order. So finally, whatever the test you are using in meta-analysis will take the previous information and focus on based on the previous information, it will run your results. So now when not to use meta-analysis? Can I use all the time or is there any specific area not to use? Definitely. So it is very important point for discussion to say something. It may not be appropriate to conduct meta-analysis when the results of apparently similar studies are reporting widely different results. Suppose now we conducted general English test for too many states. Suppose in one state they got 10%, the other state they got 22%, or but in some of the states they got similar results or any other thing. But these both similar results are also problem at the same number. Suppose 20%, 20% equal. How it is possible? Because there the trained teachers are not available. But in the so-called state, trained teachers are available. But here 20%, there also 20%. How it is possible? Again, you have to take the retest. So when not to use the meta-analysis is refers to when you are finding studies reporting while different results or different case studies or different things got the same results. By that time, it is not useful. So this is one misleading point and a misleading test for us. We have to do carefully. And now, what are the challenges of meta-analysis? You may find different problems with meta-analysis. Here, garbage in and garbage out principle is applicable, where poor quality primary studies lead to flawed results. And now here the publication bias and authorial bias. Suppose now we want to publish our results in such a way, and tomorrow we have a research review meeting. For that you are carrying some information. Then the information is already carried by the another scholar they have shown, and by that time immediately this will come into the authorial bias discussion. Other issues are the heterogeneity and or you can misinterpret statistical results and overgeneralization of the findings. So now people are using fabricated information by with the help of the chat GPT or some other tools. Though sometimes it gives a correct, but all the time it won't give proper results. By the time you have to check. Otherwise, it may not be useful test or it may not be useful result or it may not be useful for your research to conclude with the help of the following results. So how to know if a study is meta-analysis? This is one important point, or even scholars also may ask, like the question, Madam, here is the sentence. How do you identify this sentence is a present tense, past tense, future tense? Do you have any key features or any key ideas or any other thing? So like that, here is also a point for us for discussion. So the term systematic review refers to the overall publication, while the term meta-analysis indicates the review includes a statistical synthesis of results from at least 2 of the included studies. Suppose you have taken 2 varieties. Since from the beginning of our workshop, many resource people and all resource persons, they are going to ask us select two of your interesting area, two others, two books, two works, or two things. By the time you may find the variation or similarity or whatever unique that will be available in that one. Like that, here are two of the included studies is the best. And not all systematic reviews include meta-analysis, but meta-analysis are always within the systematic review. Finally, it has another name that is a systematic review. Meta-analysis has another name that is a systematic review. So what are the major weakness? Challenges are there, strengths are there, limitations are there, weakness. What is the major weakness of the meta-analysis here? Small meta-analysis, you take sample sizes very small or like that. It may be useful for summarizing the available information, but you can generate hypotheses for the future research. But these results of small meta-analysis should be regarded with caution, even if the value shows the extreme statistical significance, the primary value. So what is the weakness means always it refers and gives you information for the small number. Like if you take 400, 500, 600, again you have to work since from the beginning. But small information, small units if you collect, that is easy for you to complete your task, whatever you have. So what is the other word for meta-analysis? Systematic review. Remember this particular point. So based on this, you can select your research topics or problem statements or any other thing. So finally, what are the fields commonly used? This meta-analysis means already I have told you in the beginning, sociology and social psychology are to find the sex differences or finance and economics in e-commerce. We can use political science or in the market. Nowadays, everything is an online market or anything. So this meta-analysis is highly useful, particularly in supermarket or any other thing. Wherever you go, this meta-analysis is highly useful for them. Ecology, genetics, all these areas are majorly using the same thing, meta-analysis. So here actually this is not the concluding part. After this, I'm going to show you additional features. Now here, all of you pay attention and can take the proper view of this one. What are the subject areas I would like to discuss with you? Meta-analysis can be used in healthcare and medicine, psychology and mental health, and even the education, environmental science. And these are the areas I preferred or in generally this research is applicable. Coming to the part of application and research, you can see here. So for in healthcare and medicine, what we people can do while applying this research means assessing the effectiveness of these treatments or interventions and drug efficiency. And in the psychology, mental health, you can see the evaluating therapeutic interventions of our mental health disorders. And in education, you can assess the teaching methods, curricula, and intervention student outcomes. But in the environmental science, you can try the synthesizing research on environmental factors. It affects in human health, ecosystems, and climate change. So applications are here. I provided examples of the research here. The purpose of to conduct the meta-analysis in this particular area, I provided here. So now you see the purpose of this education to evaluate the effect.
Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am, please unmute your mic. And actually I muted the participant who have made some kind of noise. I request Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am, open your mic ma'am. Rahmuddin sir.
Yes, madam.
Sir, please inform ma'am to open her mic, ma'am, sir.
Okay, I will make it.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Lakshmi ma'am.
Madam,
Hello.
I informed.
Hello, madam.
I informed to madam.
Lakshmi
Hello.
ma'am, please
Yes,
continue, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, by mistake it was done like that.
Ma'am, again it is muted, ma'am.
Here, what fields commonly used refers to fields commonly used in meta-analysis are here what I provided for you. Basic research to evaluate the evidence in areas diverse as a sociology, social psychology. If you want to find out the sex differences or finance or in e-commerce or online marketing, and in all these fields, we people can provide this one. Here I provided the information for you, the subject area, the meta-analysis where we are applying examples for that one, the purpose of conducting another one. You can see, madam, after conclusion, I have given few more pictures for reference. Go to the slide number 28, madam, that gives large information for the participants. Slide number 28, not this conclusion actually. After conclusion,
Yes,
I kept a
I
few
have
more
opened it, ma'am.
pictures. Yes, madam, that yellow color. Yes, you can see the subject area here. And there are, I told you the areas where we people can use the meta-analysis. Healthcare department, psychology and mental health, education, environmental science. These are the major areas where we are using meta-analysis. So the application, why we are applying this research only in this area means in healthcare, we can assess the effectiveness of the treatments and interventions and drug efficacy. But in psychology, you can evaluate the therapeutic interventions for mental health disorders. In education, you can assess the teaching methods, curricula, and interventions. But in environmental science, you can synthesize research on environmental factors affecting human health, ecosystem, and climate change. But you can see the purpose. What is the purpose of this research in education means if you want to evaluate the effectiveness of educational programs or techniques for improving student achievement, you have to use meta-analysis 100%. This is the only one research we can get correct information whether the curriculum is properly using by all the people or not. So in such way, we people can apply this meta-analysis in education system, psychology and healthcare and everything. If you want to see the drug efficacy, then meta-analysis is useful in healthcare. If you want to see the cognitive behavioral therapies, definitely you have to apply this meta-analysis under the psychological and mental health care. So suppose the impact of active learning is good or not, or online education is good or not, is it useful? If you want to know that one, you have to conduct this research only. And suppose now you are providing teacher training for too many people at a time. So by that time, you have to take this process before that one, and then you have to apply the technique or approach or method of this meta-analysis. Finally, if you want to know about the air pollution or any other thing, in Delhi, with the help of this meta-analysis research, they are finding the percentage of the pollution in such area. This is one best example we people can do that one. So now here the other, now I'm going to show you the other one, meta-analysis process. In the beginning, I told you there are 4 steps in the meta-analysis. Madam, please go to the next slide. And meta-analysis process. What is the meta-analysis process? And there I told you there are 4 steps. In step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. And first you have to define the research question. Second one, systematic literature search. And third one, how you can collect the data or data extraction and quality assessment. And finally, you can get the statistical analysis. If you want to get all these 4, it means to define a research question, systematic literature, and data extraction, and fourth one is a statistical analysis. You can use different tools. I'm going to provide here the tools, the later part. You can see you can use these tools to collect the information related to research question. And if you want to write elaborate to research literature review in a systematic way, you can use the following tools. And if you want to keep your data more accurate to your problem statement or any other thing, and you can use these particular tools. And your statistics are more going to be more analytical and more interpretive. You can use these tools. So once you are applying these particular tools or any other thing, almost your work is going to be correct 80%, but not the total percentage, total amount of the information what you collected. So the rest of the 20% you have to do manually, and you have to work on to collect much more. So under the systematic review and meta-analysis topics, these are the following topics you can apply, and you can work on that one as a sample research programs. Then you can select your original topic. I have provided here a few topics which are quite relevant to the public health or any other thing. So meta-analysis of educational programs, systematic review of public health educational programs. These are the topics on educational programs I provided for you for your research. So if you work on these particular topics as a sample research work, then it is easy for you to apply the same techniques, methods, or approaches to your original research. Now here I have given psychosocial interventions of the topics. So these topics are quite different from the previous one. And another one, finally, here I come to the conclusion like this. Meta-analysis is a systematic combination of the many studies. It is a powerful tool. And other research, if you select any other research, then you can collect the new data or summarize the studies without merging statistics. Finally, what I would like to tell you, if you want to go with this particular one, you have to work on the so-called areas in a transformative approach that strengthens your research synthesis. It means it provides a quantitative and objective mode and comprehensive conclusions. But in this particular era of information overloading, now we suppose if you are using any one tool, your information is going to be overloaded, or you are unable to manage that much of information. So that type of situation right now we have. So it offers a clarity and precision and high level evidence that supports both academic research and real world decision making. Finally, it is a truly powerful tool to bridge individual studies into a unified body of the knowledge. So at the end, what I want to ask any researcher or participant here. So meta-analysis offers a clarity, precision, and strong evidence synthesis for your research work. But you have to apply in a thoughtful manner. But if you miss any data in the meantime of your collection or anywhere else, it may not give you any correct information, or your results may not be accurate to your idea. The outcome is not going to match with your objective or any other thing. So it is very difficult for you to match with the hypothesis and the rest of the parts. So what I request you to do such kind of works. So you should be very careful. Always you have to go with the discussions with your fellow researcher. Then only it is easy for you. Otherwise, with one mindset you can't. So whatever the data you collected, you must discuss with your supervisor. So then only it will be in order to organize your ideas properly for the future work or any other implications. So any other questions? Madam Swarna, madam.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, ma'am. I
Yes.
just have one doubt, ma'am. Ma'am, when we undergo research, no, ma'am. So
Yes.
when considering paper publications, will it
Yes.
affect if we undergo two different disciplinaries, ma'am, like psychology with computer science? If we go for different approaches combined together in a research, will it
Yes.
make any delay in publications or any problem is there, ma'am?
No problem. They will take in each and every publication. They have the separate sections. Suppose you are using historical method or experimental method, they will keep the paper review in such way. So based on the reviews, the paper will be accepted. How much of data you kept in that one, whatever the data you collected is cutting edge information or not, they will check with the help of the reviewers. You may know whether a paper is going to be next level or not by receiving this review comments.
Okay.
Yeah, that is there only you can check whether the paper is going to next level or not in any paper. In any paper,
Okay, ma'am.
whatever the comments we are receiving through mail, there you read it once, twice, thrice, so you can get the extract point there. Identify the key point where I got the struck, why I got this remark. So immediately work on that, make it a suitable connecting point to the next idea in your particular paragraph or somewhere else or thought. Easily it will be updated.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this
Welcome.
wonderful session today. Especially that meta-analysis part was very useful, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Meta-analysis is not going to be taken by the most of the researchers. Actually, no other part scholar is not going to think
Yes, ma'am.
my topic is quite relevant to this or not. So what I ask all the participants before going to select your topic or title or problem statement, and now you have to assess whether it falls under which category of the research. There are 7 varieties, 8 varieties of research methods. So under which we are working. If you know that key point, it is easy for you. Really, this is a wonderful session. These 15 days, how they are sharing and they collected resource persons. Each and every session has its own identity, unique quality, unique discussions. So if you gather this information, easily you can push your paper within a month. Your research will be within 3 years. Like that, you can get strength in your idea. Thank
Sure,
you.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Any doubts? Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Vice Vanashri, co-convener of International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop. On behalf of GDC Autonomous Narsampet, Warangal, Telangana, and SKVT Government Degree College, Rajamahendravaram, Andhra Pradesh, in association with EduUUMENTUU powered by Sharayu EduPro, Venkat, I extend my warmest greetings to all the distinguished resource persons, participants, faculty members, research scholars, organizers, and well-wishers who have joined us this evening for the valedictory session of this 15-day international workshop. For the past 15 days, we have traveled together through a remarkable academic journey, exploring, learning, reflecting, and refining our research skills. Today, we gather to celebrate this collective accomplishment and bring the program to a meaningful and memorable close. To mark this special occasion, it is my privilege to invite our esteemed Chief Patton and Patton to address the gathering. First, I humbly request Professor M. Naveen Garu, who is the Principal, Government Degree College, Narsampet, to please deliver the valedictory address, sir. I'm also really thankful to our resourceful person of today, ma'am, and I will do that one, as a formality and after Naveen sir's address. Please excuse me.
Let me introduce the Chief Patron. It is my privilege and pleasure to invite our beloved principal, the Chief Patron of International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop, Professor Mallam Naveen, Principal, Government Degree College, Autonomous Narsampet, District Nodal Officer, Higher Education, Warangal, Executive Council Member, Kakatiya University, Warangal, a dynamic, visionary intellectual who encouraged and motivated us to conduct this workshop. Professor Mallam Naveen is a good academician and administrator. He has participated and conducted a number of seminars and workshops. He was awarded the state level Best Teacher Award. Presently, he is guiding PhD scholars as a supervisor under Kakatiya University, Warangal. Because of time constraint, I am not going in detail about his scholarly contributions. From the bottom of my heart, I express my profound thanks to you, sir. I request you to please address the August gathering present here. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A warm good evening to all. I feel myself privileged to be the chief patron of this 2-week online international intensive thesis writing workshop. My heartfelt congratulations to each and every participant of this program. At the outset, I would like to quote great lines from George Bernard Shaw. Beware of false knowledge. It is more dangerous than ignorance. I hope this workshop has really tried to dispel the false knowledge of the past and has tried well to bring out these subtleties more clear in research writing. To the utmost satisfaction of the researchers, this workshop assuredly paved a broad way to their perspective research journey. The insights and the takeaways from the eminent faculty would certainly help them a lot in enveloping the research consciousness further. I once again congratulate the Academic Organizing Committee and also the two giants, Dr. Kanifinath Malhari and Dr. Venkat Satish, for the excellent back-end support in the name of EduUMENTUU, powered by Sharayu, EduPro and Venkat's time. I'm very much glad to appreciate the duo. One of them is my colleague and also the convener of this workshop, Mr. MMK Rahimuddin, Head Department of English, Government Degree College, Autonomous Narsampet, and the co-convener, Dr. Swarna Sri, Head Department of English, SKVT, Government Degree College, Rajamahendravaram, for the excellent coordination in making it a useful and successful one. It's my pleasure to remember my associate and the other patron of this program, Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam sir, Principal SKVT Government Degree College Rajamahendravaram, for his constant support to this program. Let me remind with these few words and warm wishes once again. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen sir. Your language is so good. It's very nice, sir. And your constant support actually made us to run this program in a very smooth manner, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Now I request co-convener Dr. Swarnasri Madam to invite the patron.
Yes, sir. And before that, I would like to make a small thank note to Dr. V. Lakshmi Prasanna Garu. And after that, I will do that, sir.
Yeah.
Because here there is a raining, sir. And for that reason, actually, sir is unable to join. Okay, if you'll come on the line on the way, and otherwise, just he will send the message, and I'll forward that message to you. I'll convey that message to you. Is it okay, sir?
Okay, madam. Please continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. V. Lakshmi Prasanna Garu, we are really very thankful to you for your highly enlightening session on meta-analysis, a powerful tool in IN research. Your clear explanation of how meta-analysis consolidates evidence across studies. Your emphasis on systematic selection, effect size interpretation, and methodological rigor have provided us with an excellent framework for producing reliable and impactful research. Your step-by-step guidance, practical illustrations, and focus on transparency and replicability have deepened our understanding of research synthesis. We sincerely appreciate the clarity, precision, and academic depth you brought to today's session. So thank you so much, ma'am, for enriching IITWW with such valuable insights.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your great words.
And really that will be helpful to us to do ELT and all this, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Actually, madam, that data I want to show you from the system. So unfortunately, while receiving the call from Rahmuddin, it was disconnected. Since 5:15, I was with the same session. 5:15 to till.
Yeah, don't worry, ma'am. Sometimes it will happen, but you have done really a great job.
That data I collected, real-time data I collected in Eragada Mental Hospital.
Ma'am, if it is there, you please send it to us, and I will forward that one to our participants, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
now I would like to introduce our principal, sir. He is the patron of this particular program, Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam, sir. It is really a very privilege to introduce Dr. P.V. Tirupanyam Garu. He is an esteemed academic leader and the principal of SKVT Government Degree College, Rajamahendravaram. Dr. Tirupanyam is widely respected for his visionary approach to higher education and his consistent commitment to fostering academic excellence, research culture, and institutional development. With an impressive career spanning teaching, administration, and academic governance, he has played a transformative role in elevating academic standards through innovative practices, quality initiatives, and student-centric reforms. Dr. Tirupanyam is known for his meticulous planning, mentorship, and unwavering dedication to empowering both faculty and learners. His leadership continues to inspire integrity, discipline, and professionalism across the academic community. We are honored to have him with us today, and I warmly invite you all to join me in welcoming Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam. Sir, if it is, I'm also, I want to request one thing. If sir is not there, it is because of the raining here. Okay, he had some, here we have some kind of technical glitches. For that reason, I think he may not join us. Dr. Tirupanyam, sir, are you there?
Ma'am, good evening. I have joined.
Oh, so nice, sir. Thank you, sir.
Because for some technical steps out here, some snag was there. Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Sir, I request you to please address our participants on this wonderful platform, sir. And even Mallam Naveen sir is also there. He is our chief patron of this program, sir. And sir also nicely delivered a very good message to all the participants, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. First of all, let me profusely extend my deep sense of thankfulness to the organizers, especially the platform that has given us an opportunity to collaborate with another college and conduct such a wonderful event on improving the thesis writing skills. On some other days, actually, I participated and could be able to go through the proceedings, the talks delivered by some of the experts and research persons. The talks were very much useful and very much researchful also. The research persons really did their wonderful job in sharing their expertise, sharing their knowledge to the participants. And the participants also even very much keen interest in attending and going through all the proceedings. On behalf of our college, we express deep sense of thankfulness to the organizers and also another college of Telangana, and the principal sir, and also the convener for giving us an opportunity in collaboration with the college. Thank you very much, ma'am, especially our co-convener, Dr. Swarnasri, ma'am. Really, you did prove that activities like this really pave the way for improving the skills of research scholars and the participants as well. Once again, on behalf of our college, SKVT Government Degree College, we extend our thankfulness for giving us an opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing this wonderful platform. And now, actually, I would like all the participants, please give your feedback one after the other. Please unmute your mic and please do that.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes,
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Immaculate from computer science background, ma'am. My research is under computer science. Now, it's my great honor to render my gratitude towards this international thesis writing workshop for the organizers and committee members for their optimal planning, choosing vibrant topics, then best dynamic resource persons who have ignited us to excel in field of research for the freshers as well as experienced professionals in this August gathering through virtual mode. The role of an individual in charge at MC desk is crucial and cautious to lead the whole session in a smooth manner with perfect professional interaction. So I would like to give this reward obviously to furnish it to Swarna ma'am. You have nailed the sessions, especially like a stream with good accent. Thank you for all your initiatives, ma'am. And I'm soulfully satisfied in attending all these vibrant sessions. I wish all to be stay blessed, to be ignited and cautious, to take away all the key concepts from this workshop, stay strong to overcome any obstacles in the field of research, and to achieve all success in your research, profession, and lifetime goals. Thank you so much again for all the organizers and everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Immaculate. Thank you very much
Yes,
for your
ma'am.
nice words.
Welcome, ma'am.
Excuse me, Nils.
I'm very happy.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Is it audible?
Yeah,
Sir, your
yeah,
voice
your
is not
voice
clear.
is audible,
But
sir.
voice is
Is
not
it
clear.
audible?
Your voice is audible, but there is some glitch, I think.
Yeah.
You please
Your
check
voice
your.
is breaking.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, is it open?
Yeah, now it is all right. Please go ahead, sir.
My gratitude to Dr. Valla Vinta. I express to them and all other and very thank you, Dr. Valla Vinta. Voting on Warangal.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next participant.
Good evening,
Hello.
ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Dhanalakshmi, ma'am. Please
Yes,
proceed.
ma'am. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for providing such a wonderful, informative workshop to us, ma'am. And it has given a lot of inputs for the research scholars, specifically the beginners who has just begun to with their researchers and to how to have a GPS. Ma'am, just give me 1 minute, ma'am.
Sure. Next.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Vams.
Hello.
Good evening,
Hello.
sir.
Yeah, good evening. Yep, the
Please
workshop
continue.
is really enriching. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the first day workshop, but the rest of sessions are really enriching. I hope every participant definitely will get benefit out of the workshop. It's wonderful. I am really grateful to the organizers of this wonderful FDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidyanath, sir. Thank you so much.
Sorry for that interruption. Ma'am, I'm indebted
Proceed,
to register this fact that this workshop has provided an excellent platform for the beginners to transform themselves as a research scholars, which is very, very important. I have understood how to find the research gap, how to do a precise literature review, and from there, how to do the researches and the tools which has to be used, and also how to go about writing a research paper, which was the fiercest thing for any research scholar in the trends. And I am thankful for that, because now I'm out of that fear, how I could go about writing a paper. And then finally, how can we publish or equip ourselves to be one of the QN publications scholars too. So these are the learnings I had through this workshop, ma'am.
Ma'am, the remarks are really very sonorous, ma'am. Thank you so much. It is just like a tonic to us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, Dhanlakshmi, ma'am. Thank you. Next,
Good
please.
evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Yeah, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee convener and co-convener. And especially, I would like to thank Dr. Kanpat sir, who has given me this platform and made me to enrich my knowledge, knowing my strength and weakness about research and publications, and some cautions like plagiarism and all. So this, I think for the full-time scholars, it is a 3 years of tenure. Part-time, we don't know. But you made it within 2 weeks, how to succeed in our lives. This is a marvelous program. And from the day one to last this minute, I am able to record all the sessions, because I may listen today, tomorrow I may forget certain things. So I did not miss any of the sessions, because every day it is, as you said, it is a tonic to get strength, to be bold enough to write. And thank you so much for all the participants. No, whatever doubt I get, I used to clarify through my co-scholars. Thank you so much, Rahmaddini sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Sarah Grace. Thank you so much. And on the other day, you gave the class also. It is also very interesting, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello.
Rajkumari,
ma'am. Good evening to all. I am Dr. Grace from Warangal. In fact, madam, it is. I really thank the organizers and all the people for conducting this workshop. It is really very much enriching one, and in fact, every session was very interesting and very informative. And I feel it is a pathway for every guide also to supervise their students in the right way. And there was a lot of takeaways which I could use it in my research work further. And I really once again thank the organizers, and especially Swarna madam for giving a lovely ending. Which was the overall summary. In case starting, I just missed, because by the time I could come up, I used to miss few points, but the summary helped me in catching up all the points. I thank Swarna madam for the lovely summary which she ended up after each session. And I also thank all the speakers for really wonderful presentation, for their wonderful presentation. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Grace, but that is not actually my credit. And my, convener, Rahmuddin sir, gave me that kind of opportunities. For that reason, actually, I proceeded. Thank you so much.
Yes. But it was very helpful. I thank everyone. Okay.
Welcome, ma'am. Next, Rajkumari, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Actually, for me, this was way too much for eye-opening because I haven't even started a thing yet in my research. I'm just preparing for my PhD net exam, and I'm hoping for the best. I'm also taking classes with Sharayu EduPro, and taking this workshop together. It was really very helpful for me. Now I can start strong because I have attended this workshop. I can say that you guys, everyone, every session is kind of my guide, my first guide here. I really thank you, the organizers, and every person who took the session and all the participants. Actually, I didn't just learn the knowledge, I listened to all the questions and all the extra things what everyone said, because this all I said to Dr. Kanipat as well. I told him that it's not just the knowledge you share, it's also the experience, the things which are told after so much of experience with that I learned, that was more eye opening. I'm really thankful for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajkumari, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ambedkar sir, you have raised your hand and comments. Please proceed if you wish to.
Yes, madam. Madam, is it clear, my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, thank you all. And I would like to express my great gratitude towards both the institutions, that is Government Degree College, Narsampet, Principal Professor Mallam sir, Mallam Naveen sir, and Head of the Department of English, Dr. Raimuddin sir, Principal of SKVT College, and Dr. Swarnasri madam. At the same time, all the participants. And it is very great to say that nearly 250 plus participants have registered for this International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop. And I also would like to congratulate to all the participants who have spared their time from 5:30 to sometimes 8:30. Some sessions are concluded by 8:30 and some sessions continued what we have promised up to 5:30 to 8:30, but it is still continued 8:30, 9, and I still remember when
One day 10 o'clock, sir. One day 10 o'clock.
That's right, madam. Very first day when Mokshagundam madam from University of Bangalore has started her session continued after 10 also. The recording was stopped by 9:30, but participants are very much interested and the discussion continued till 10:30. We were still awakened and listening the discussion which has been taken place with the resource person and with the participants. So what we can say that this session, the 15 days, we can say today is the last day of the festival of this International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop. So in this regard, I would like to say one thing that everyone know, the temple in Orissa, Puri Jagannath. And there's a famous word is that, 56 प्रकार के भोग लगते हैं. 56 varieties of naivedya were produced in front of Lord Puri Jagannath. So I can say that this international intensive thesis writing workshop can be compared that kind of fest, what all the resource persons, convener, co-convener, patron, chief patron, and the back-end support of this program has served to all the participants, the research scholars, and it is very amazing to say that many of the participants are PhD complete. The doctorates have also registered. Undergoing research candidates are also registered for they to gain the knowledge. So that knowledge is not limited. The knowledge is not restricted to every person, whether the researcher or the supervisor. So the resource persons who have agreed and allocated their valuable time from the different institutions, and they have served better, and the knowledge has been transferred from them to the researchers and the supervisors, all the people. And in this juncture, I would like to convey a special thanks, gratitude to Sanasri Madam and Dr. Rahimuddin sir, who have taken a lot of pain, stress, and at the same time interest to see that the program should go on without any disturbances. Because we all are employees, and most of the people are employees and working faculty members who have served from morning 9 to 9 to 4:35 and traveled 1 or 2 hours, and again joined in this session from 5:30 to 8:30, 9:30. But I have never seen that any participant has asked ever that, can we conclude the session? Can we conclude the session? Is the time is over? It is 8:30. No one has reminded us. No one has reminded us that it is 9. Shall we conclude? And whatever the attendance for the first 9 for 5:30, the same attendance has been maintained by the participants till the end of the session, unless the resource person are tired and exhausted with this transformation of knowledge. But the participants are very much interested to continue, and they don't bother about the data. They don't bother about the signals and the data, whether it is 2 GB, 4 GB. And every day, Varnasri Madam has taken a lot of efforts to record the sessions and sharing the links in the groups, so that we can say that this will be the everlasting program, and the knowledge will be continued to share from one person to the other person. So I sincerely thanks to both the institutions who has readily accepted to collaborate with EduUMENTUU, so that it could be a masterpiece in the field of workshops and transformation of the knowledge and being guiding to all the research scholars. And I hope that what are the gaps the people, the research scholars, the supervisors, and the learned people have come across in the field of research, I think the gap has been filled. And in this juncture, so the EduUMENTUU is also trying to conduct one more, that International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop 2.0 in the month of May 2026, so that what are the gaps which has not been filled and the issues which has not been covered in this 1.0, that will be tried to be completed or try to be fulfilled in the 2.0 IITWW workshop in the coming May 2026. So thank you, Swarnasri Madam, for giving me an opportunity as a participant to share my views in this juncture.
Thank you, Dr. Covens. Thank you so much. Next, we'll go with Akhtar Ali.
Good evening, ma'am.
Sir, please continue, sir.
Yes. I thankful to all the members of the organizers who have been completers and provided me a golden opportunity in the annals of the research fields. On the first day, 10 o'clock have been passed, but my madam is given a very excellent and edifies presentations. It is very memorable day on the first day. But nowadays, from A to Z of the research paper is mentioned, it is a very golden for me and all the participants. I hope in future you will be organized such type. Once again, I thank all the members of the committee and the organization, as well as ma'ams who has been very punctual in the 5:30 to organize this meeting. And I also joined in all the days and the participate invite of the, I am also a lecturer in the teacher training college in Bihar in the government of class 2 officers. Being an officers, and I have been given a time to hear and listen and learn something else of the research paper, and I have determined to do in the PhD in the educations. Thank you very much, all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhtar Ali sir. You have given a very remarkable, what we can say, chunks, which really energize us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we'll go with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. KBR Ambedkar sir. Okay, next, Preeti Kumari ma'am. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening to all. Ma'am, I'm Preeti Kumari from Bihar.
Thanks a ton to all the organizers and the presenters. Such a wonderful session it was, and the amazing presentation it was. All the presenters were excellent, and the presentation was really very much eye-opening. Actually, I was very much afraid of PhD earlier, but now I am very confident and and I'm thinking to get some. Madam, really hats off to you, and hats off to all the organizers for creating this platform, that is IITWW. Since long, I was looking for this type of platform, but definitely I got this. And thanks to really Swarna ma'am for giving this overall summary in a very nice manner. Let me tell you, ma'am, that I joined every day this session 5 minutes before, and till last I was there. And I have noted all the main points. 73 pages I have created this notebook, and I think it will be very much helpful for me. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much, Preeti ma'am. You have given a really wonderful, the chunks really great. Actually,
Really,
that is not, madam, you should not give that credit to me. Actually, this is the credit of all the people who has to, who are the part of, no, not like that. I'm not getting given words also. The thing is, everybody is first of all punctual, principled, and really they want to learn, they want to share their knowledge, and for that reason this is possible. And my convener and principals and even the organizers, everybody, and even the resource persons, such a great knowledge they have, and their mentoring is also really awesome. Okay, if I had that kind of friendship and all, really it would be thankful to God and all. It's okay. But fine. Now, really, I enjoyed a lot. Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am and others.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
Ambedkar sir,
Good
do you
evening,
want to?
madam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful sessions, ma'am. I'm new to the research, but every section is very, very informative and innovative. And thanks for the organizers. And I am from SKVT Government Degree College. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambedkar sir. Thank you so much. Next, Thakur sir.
Good evening. I'm
Good evening.
sorry to interrupt.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm SK Thakur from Himachal Pradesh, the cool valleys of India. So, well, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizers, especially your team and energized team. And people have spoken at length. I need not elaborate further, but just I would summarize it just in a few lines. It was a meticulously planned, wonderfully organized, masterfully executed, and thoroughly conducted workshop by well-experienced and erudite scholars across the field of this research. So I congratulate all of you and thank you all for this great opportunity of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next. Hello, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening, all.
Good evening.
I feel this is a kind of history because generally we think about collaborating with each other, but collaboration in true sense never happens most of the time. So you miss the colleges, especially Naveen sir and Tripani sir, then Swarna Sri madam, MMK Rahimuddin sir, they have come together in collaboration with EduUMENTUU and Sharayu, EduPro and Venkat's time. So the plan of this workshop shows a very interesting thing, which we might have. Unity is a strength. So here, the collaboration that was displayed has gone to many universities, colleges, almost 250 plus participants are there. Means 250 and always 200 plus institutions are involved. So we have to, I think the best takeaway of this particular IITWW could be that not only this franchisee or these colleges, even if any other institute, if they think that we can create history, or we can actually contribute something in teaching and learning or research, they can easily do it. So I congratulate all the uh, collaborating institutions, all the participants, and their questions, and especially special thanks to all the resource persons. They were fantastic. They have done an excellent job, because I was throughout present there, and I observed, I listened, I understood many things. So I feel like this was a historical workshop, whatever you call it. But this is, I think, a beginning. This is a beginning, just a beginning. We have to go far ahead, because any institution, now government degree college, Narsampet government degree college, East Godavari, and the principal, they have sparked. So we have to take this legacy ahead, and we should believe in collaboration. The great things, because collaboration has strength, that someone is good at something and other person is good at something. So if your weakness becomes other strength, or vice versa, whatever, like you can collaborate and bring something out. So I feel like this is the best takeaway of this particular workshop. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam and sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. KK, sir. Thank you so much. Next, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Sudha from Warangal.
Ma'am, please
Madam,
proceed.
am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is audible.
Yes,
Sudha,
ma'am.
ma'am, please
Truly,
proceed.
it is an honor for me to stay all the. Yes, ma'am. It is truly an honor for me to stay all the sessions. Really, I thank the conveners as well as the organizers for beautifully conducting the workshop, especially and Principal Sir, Professor Mallam Naveen Sir, as well as Rahmuddin Sir. I congratulate, and also Swarnasri Madam for beautifully organizing the program. And then
Ma'am, you missed our
really,
principal sir's name. Sudharani,
yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. B.V.
SKVT Tirupani sir also. Really, all the sessions were beautifully conducted, ma'am. And then we have taken a lot. Really, the voice that which every day from you, it was very soothing, and also it was encouraging for each and every one of us. Not only all the members were in the program. I wish all the best for the future, for your future also, madam, and also all the participants. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha, ma'am. Dr. Kovyans?
Swarna
Yes, ma'am,
madam,
please proceed. Sir.
From tomorrow onwards, we are going to miss your voice. It's like an alarm which wakens us from 5:30, and we sleep, we go to bed with the listening your voice.
Yes, ma'am.
You're all actually well-wishers. That's the reason you feel like that. But I enjoyed your voice and your participation and everything, sir. Really, our participants really, they have a very great dedication. They have been attending every day evening, or the way they engage actively and completing the tasks, discussions. Really, they reflect their commitment to academic excellence, sir. Really, we hope this program becomes a stepping stone toward our future research achievements. Thank you so much, all of you.
Yes, Swarna ma'am. Yes, Swarna ma'am. It's really
Sir.
nice to hear about all these things, and really it's wonderful participants. It's about the wonderful participants. They made it successful, and it's about the organizers, and it's about the convener and co-convener. No doubt at all. I'm very sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but I would like to say regarding the gratitude they deliver, we should certainly count our blessings, but we should also make our blessings count. That's a really wonderful thing about our participants. We are so much grateful towards the participant.
Thank you
Sir,
very
one
much,
more
sir.
thing I would like to add. I forgot to express my gratitude to all the participants, whoever posed different questions, with which really everybody were really benefited out of those questions and whatever the answers being given by the resource persons. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Really, they are very thought-provoking, sir. Churning like. I enjoyed them a lot. Rahmuddin, sir.
Yes, madam.
Shall we wind up this session? Sir, Naveen, sir. And
Yeah.
Tiffany.
Ma'am, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Everything was fine, ma'am. Just one more thing I wanted to say.
Definitely, ma'am. We want that negative also.
Please
Both
do
merits and
conduct some more
demerits.
sessions like this, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Let's
Sure,
not keep
sure.
full stop for this.
Definitely, ma'am.
Yeah, Swarna madam. Swarna madam.
Sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. All of
in
you.
respect of Deepika madam's doubt or some positive feedback, so we have gone through the messages in the group also that in the 2026 May International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop 2.0 is planned by EduUMENTUU. That message has been shared in the groups. So I have gone through that. Hope that once again the EduUMENTUU team will plan and what are the findings we have came across in this juncture that will be recovered in that 2.0 workshop. I hope that EduUMENTUU team will take care of this issue in their next 2.0 workshop.
Definitely, sir. We extend our assistance, sir, and through proper channel. And that means the principals have to give us permission, and definitely they will, because they always encourage us, okay, to do very good things and to contribute something to the society and all. Definitely, we'll do that, sir.
And I also hope that both the institutions will again collaborate in the 2026.
Definitely, sir. Dr.
Certainly, sir.
Radhika,
Certainly.
Mallam Naveen sir, Professor, namaste.
Sir, certainly, sir. This is a very good suggestion from and a really wonderful thing. It's being happened here, and actually due to the administrative works, I couldn't even concentrate on this well. But I missed many. But I ask Swarna ma'am and Rahimuddin sir to provide the YouTube links for that, and that will be very useful to all the participants, of course. If at all anybody is missing, then it will be easy, and we really promise. I tell you, really, the convener and co-convener has taken much a strenuous work on their shoulders. Then it's being possible by that itself. Thank you, Ananda.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
So last but not the least,
What is-
I would like to say one more thing, sir. So when we get something, or I mean to say the knowledge, when we study in a college which is based on a charity, and the children who come out of that college will definitely involve in those good things, positive things when they become big and in future. And the same way, I also feel the same way, sir. When we become the best, being with the best, I could see the cruciality and the importance of two principals sitting along with us for this workshop online at this point, this time. And it is not easy, and it is not a simple thing to just like that to take it as an online workshop. That's what I learns it. That's something very, very unique and special. So we take it very seriously that we will also grow bigger, and we will definitely transfer the knowledge as much as good. And a special thanks to Rahmuddin sir and Swarna madam for being with us in this journey. You swam with us. Thank you so much.
Madam, few words can I?
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
Yes, please.
Radhika, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Say good evening to all the respected dignitaries and esteemed organizers, and for the fellow educators, researchers, and passionate learners. Definitely, it's an immense gratitude and humility with I am here before you today as the valedictory speaker and inspiring and intellectually enriching international intensive thesis writing workshop. And over the past 14 days, we have been a part of the extraordinary gathering of minds united in our collective pursuit of educational transformation. Our shared commitment has made the platform not just as an academic event, but a beacon of change for the future research teams and learning systems, both in nation and international research societies and schools. It's a matter of great honor and joy to deliver this particular remarkable workshops page. Over the past days, the platform has brought together passionate educators, researchers, and learners to collect, explore new ideas. And it's a refined academic and pedagogical practice and build a community of thoughtful inquiry. These sessions have been rich, invigorating, and deeply insightful, reflecting the dedication and scholarly commitment of both the organizers and the participants. Workshops such as are the merely academic events, but these are the this particular workshop are the catalyst for transformation. They encourage us to question established patterns, embrace innovation, and integrate emerging perspectives into our professional journey. The knowledge shared, the discussions generated, and reflections inspired will undoubtedly guide future teaching and research practice. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers for their meticulous planning, to the resource persons for their expertise, generosity, and to the participants for their active engagement and enthusiasm. The collective effort of everyone involved has made this workshop a memorable intellectual experience. This workshop that created history. Rarely do we witness academic programs, but that truly leave us in imprint. But this international intensive thesis writing workshop is one such landmark. It's a dream realized, a moment ignited, a legacy created. As we know that this workshop jointly organized by the Government Degree College, Narsampet, and Sri Kandapuri Veeraselingam Theistic Government Degree College and Rajamahendravaram in association with the EduUMENTUU and Sharayu EduPro and Venkat's time has set a new benchmark in global research training with a total of 223 registrations and 223 have active participants and voice of the appreciation. This workshop stands today as a super academic revolution. It's just a journey of 45 transformative learning hours over these 2 brilliant weeks. Scholars and academicians learn to write abstract, formulate research problems, and develop frameworks. Scholars explored plagiarism tools, bibliometric methods, literature review strategies, AI tools, ethics, and publication pathways. But participants gained hands on clarity on research gap identification, proposal writing, qualitative inquiry, quantitative tools, scopus indexing, academic writing of fineness, and much more. These sessions in AI research, humanizing AI content, and meta analysis have opened a new doors for more academic practice. Each speaker, each session, each discussion refine the scholar within all of us. A salute to the 33 distinguished resource persons. Every session was a masterclass. Every expert was a lighthouse of the knowledge. They brought clarity, precision, and a mentorship that elevated every participant's research journey. It's a special appreciation to the organizing teams, to the visionary leadership of the dignitaries and the organizers, and the entire collaborative strength behind the Edumant and Sharayu EduPro and Venkat's time. Your dedication has shaped this workshop into the global academic festival. So finally, here it stands, this IIT workshop stands as a powerful model for interinstitutional collaboration, innovation in research and educational excellence. It's a tribute to all the participants. So finally, I request all the participants, you are the real strength for this workshop. Your enthusiasm, questions, notes, academic and reflections. So you didn't just attend a workshop, you became part of this revolution. You were returned to your institution with a new ambassadors as the moment. So it's a legacy to continue. Every thesis you complete, every paper you publish, every citation you earn, every research milestone you achieve will echo the learning, discipline, and empowerment and gained here. So finally, let us leave this platform today with a renewed spirit. Thank you to one and all. To write with a clarity, to reach with integrity, to innovate to purpose, to contribute with humility, to lead with academic excellence. So may these sweet song in 45 hours grow into forest of scholarly wisdom. So congratulations to all the members of International Intensive Thesis Writing Workshop team. Thank you to one and all. It's a great history provided on the land of this English literature. Thank you, madam. Thank you to one and all, Rahmuddin sir and principal sir. Thank you,
Thank you
Sanna
so
madam.
much for your feedback that has been duly noted and appreciated, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's a really thoughtful feedback and you have summed up so many things, ma'am. It's really wonderful.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. This is
Good evening.
Radhika from Karnool.
Yeah, Radhika, ma'am. Until now, Prasanna ma'am, I think, gave the feedback.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
My
I know.
sincere
Yes.
thanks and gratitude for the outstanding effort you have put in organizing this recent research workshop, ma'am. Actually, I've got selected for a government teacher job recently. I
Wow,
was looking for some
congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got enrolled last year, December 2024. I've got enrolled for PhD. Since then, I was looking for some platform where I could get guidance thoroughly, and I'm very thankful to you all for organizing this workshop. I'll be very glad if you conduct the workshop which you are conducting in May, if it possibly offline. Can we have it offline, ma'am?
Definitely, ma'am. Offline. Do you want offline, ma'am?
If possible, ma'am. If it is offline, I'll be
Definitely.
very
We'll let you
elated.
know about it, ma'am. We'll let you know about it. We keep on doing that, ma'am. Okay. So definitely we'll get you that information.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your careful planning and attention to every detail, which has run into a smooth, productive, and inspiring experience for all our participants. Thank you for your dedication, and we'll be missing you, ma'am. Thank you.
I too, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable feedback, ma'am. And
Good evening to all the dignitaries, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
Kartika,
evening, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kartika
Please
Devi
proceed.
from Kalsalingam University, ma'am. Actually, this session that's really an eye-opening one for me, ma'am. I have learnt a lot. To whom can I go and ask and clarify all the doubts? I have that much. I have a lot of doubts, but in this platform, I could enrich my knowledge and I felt free to ask all the questions to all the resource persons. And I think this is the first online platform where I have opened my mouth, ma'am. Otherwise, I'll be a passive listener alone and I'll be getting answers from all the other team members. Then I will note down all the clarifications. I may fail to listen and learn a lot from my guide and also from the university, but this is the wonderful platform where I could learn a lot, and I have the hope that in future I can also guide so many students in a very proper way, because at the last moment only I registered. I was thinking a lot whether to register or not, because we are in a final stage of our thesis. But it was really whatever maybe the doubts that I had, everyone, all the other resource persons, everyone was friendly and everyone has clarified all the doubts, especially in the reference. You have to use Mendeley like this and Zotrol like this, and then plagiarism you need to check like this. Then for my PPT I was preparing, then immediately they have given me a lot of clarifications. You can use napkin AI. So whatever may be the doubts that I am having in my mind, everything was clarified through the resource persons. Really, the online session, so it will be a boring one. Likewise, I was thinking amidst all the other busy schedule, I kept away everything and then I was just listening to the lectures which they have enriched, and they have just ignited a spark of knowledge in the, not only in the mind of mine and also all the other scholars. I could tell a lot, ma'am. Connected papers and Rabbit AI. I have learned a lot, and also the Scopus list also that they have shared, which will be helpful for publishing my future research papers. Really, I don't know how to thank each and every organizer. Thank you a lot. From the bottom of my heart, I'm conveying my gratitude. I'm looking forward more literature, FDP, or whatever may be the things. I was thinking whether for literature, being a literature student, how far it will be a benefited one for me. But I could see a lot, Harihara Sudan says a speech, and also I could learn a lot. Thank you so much for this wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. We have learned many things from our resource persons. They're really wonderful and really magnanimous, because even they did not use any filters and they have shared the whole knowledge. That's really great. And they did not bother about the time. And the fountain of the questions we are giving and we are posing, and they're responding. It's really awesome. And I really appreciate the people who are very punctual and who are actually posing the questions, especially Immaculate ma'am, Dhanalakshmi ma'am, Radhika ma'am, Sudhakar Garu, Vamsi, all these, even Veena ma'am's punctuality, all these actually is a wonderful. And I think I will really miss you a lot from tomorrow onwards. And definitely we can associate on another platform again within I think few days. Thank you so much, all of you. It's a wonderful 15 days journey.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Sarna, ma'am, thank you.
Sir, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good evening, ma'am.
Sir, yeah. You can open your faces also, right? We all can take some photographs and then we can wind up this one. Yeah. Sometimes we can use those kind of words. I too at my home. Come on, if you can open your faces, it's okay. Otherwise,
no problem.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, Aruna madam, I forget. Ma'am also was very open-minded.
Lakshmi. Kartika Devi.
Yeah, Akhtar Ali sir. Take the.
Come
Rahmuddin sir.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, Shamal Adav and Anil Kumar sir.
Yeah, madam. I am in two devices, madam. I have already.
Yeah, excellent. Anil sir. So nice of you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I inspired from Malam Naveen sir. Sir has said that to register in this program, madam. I am very much thankful to Naveen sir, Malam Naveen sir.
Yes, sir.
This is
he has put his heart to share his knowledge. It's really great.
Because basically I'm a librarian, madam, but I got so much of information so that I can offer my valuable services to my scholars and also